Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Oldham County Fiscal Court. I'm David Vogel, Judge Executive. Happy to have all of you here today for our meeting on December 18th, 2025. If you brought a cell phone with you, we'd ask you to turn it to off or vibrate. And now, if you're able, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Holly Prain, will you please call the roll?
Magistrate Likens.
Here.
Magistrate Tice.
Here.
Magistrate Woosley.
Here.
Magistrate Jeffries.
Here.
Magistrate Hounds.
Here.
Magistrate Hawkins.
Here.
Magistrate Dye.
Present.
Magistrate Logsdon. And Judge Vogel.
Here, having all members of the fiscal court present, this meeting is now in session. Is there a motion to accept the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Are there any additions? Magistrate Tice.
Yes, Judge. I'd like to add to the agenda the discussion on disbursement of the History Center appropriation that's in the budget, please.
All right. And we'll add that under community business, number D sub 1 here, I guess. And also, we're going to remove for today a board appointment to Tri-County Community Action Agency. We're going to remove that for today. We'll bring it back again in the future. All right. Is there anyone else?
Judge,
Yes, sir.
we have two gentlemen here with us from Henry County. You might want to acknowledge them down there.
Okay. Well, we just hadn't all taken a vote on the agenda yet.
Okay.
All right. All in favor, please say aye.
I didn't want to forget.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. All right. We welcome two gentlemen from Henry County to be with us today. Roger Hartledge, I know, is an existing magistrate, and I don't know the other gentleman. Magistrate Dana Shane? All right. Thank you. Welcome. Happy to have you here today. All right. Is there a motion to approve the minutes from our last meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Any correction or discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. All right. Before we go any further, I want to make just one little statement here. And that is, we're going to be talking here a little bit later about our 5-year comprehensive plan as developed to this point by our planning commission and our planning staff. The comprehensive plan has prompted strong opinions across our community, and the level of engagement that we have, I think, shows what a great community we are, that people care about the future of Oldham County. Now, we don't have too many here to speak in favor or in opposition to it. I thought there might be more today based on some of the discussion we've seen on the internet, but I do want to ask for cooperation and mutual respect as we move through our process. Reasonable people can disagree on priorities and growth and infrastructure and things that happen in the county, but that does not change the fact that we all share a common goal, and that is to make Oldham County the very best county it can possibly be, and hopefully the best county in Kentucky. The comprehensive plan is meant to be a guiding document shaped by public input, careful study, and long-term thinking. Today, we're going to meet through the established process, and we're going to start here. We'll have an open comment period following my remarks. I want to let everyone know if you speak in the open comment period, you're able to do so. You're not under oath. You're able to speak. We ask you to state your name and address. We now have modified that slightly. If you're uncomfortable with name and address, we'll accept your name or your address, but you have to give us one or the other. And then after the open comment period, later here, we're going to have a second reading of our ordinance to adopt or reject the comprehensive plan as presented by the Planning Commission. And during that portion of our meeting, all statements are made under oath. Okay, I want everybody to understand that. So those in favor and those in opposition will be asked to be are sworn in and will speak under oath. The comments made during the open comment period we're about to have in a minute will be reflected by the fact that our clerk will state that so-and-so spoke during open comment. The comments made during the comprehensive plan hearing will be a summarization of what someone may say. We're not here to record a verbatim discussion, catch every point somebody may make. That's not up to the clerk. She does her best to provide a reasonable, short summary of the points that a person was making. So I want that to be understood. And then we'll be putting those out in the minutes at the next time. So progress requires listening as well as speaking, and the court is here today to listen, and we're going to work together to come up with a good, comprehensive plan for Oldham County. So I'd like to go on now with the open comment period. If you would like to speak in open comment, the hearing, we ask people to, I believe, to sign up. We'll call you in the order you signed. If you want to speak in open comment, you're just able to stand up and come forward. Is there anybody here who wants to speak in the open comment section?
Hi, Barry Laws. I'm the constable of District 3. I'm going to be speaking again with the sworn-in time. But what I wanted to impress on you folks, the wording that you're going to be hearing, because I think we can all agree language is important. And you're going to hear three words that I'm specifically hung up on: should and encourage and ensure. Should and encourage are used 57 times in this document. Ensure is used 23 times. So ensure has been used. It's not a shall or must. Should suggests a recommendation, but it's not a firm responsibility. Okay? Encourage motivates, it supports, but it doesn't require. Now, ensure implies responsibility, accountability, and certainty. So here's a real-world example. I went to the dentist, and every time when we're done, they highly encourage me and suggest that I floss twice a day. I get home, and guess what happens? I don't do anything. Now imagine if they said, we are going to ensure that you floss twice a day. That's a whole different dimension, right? And you'd have to figure out how that all works. So I'm going to ask for somebody to make a motion to replace all 57 instances of should and ensure, or should and encourage with ensure, so our document has more strength to it. Now, just as another example, speaking of wording, our present, which I'm going to call the old comprehensive plan, objective LU1-1. This says, this is what we have right now: utilize the development review process to ensure that future land uses are compatible with surrounding land uses. That's what we currently have. It has now been changed in the proposed to new development should be compatible with surrounding land uses. I think you all can agree that that is a completely different amount of power in that statement. So as they read through their hard work document, if you could look at those items and just kind of see when they occur and see what it means to you. Thank you.
Anyone else who would like to address the court in their public comment section here?
My name's Beach Craig Mount, and I'm 105 South First Street. I'm city attorney for LaGrange. Barry made this same argument that when we had our last hearing when the city adopted this, and is basically a semantical argument as to what the definition of the word goals and objectives are. And the first part of that is the word goals. So I think if we understand what the word goal means, just in plain English, so I went out and brought a dictionary in, and that's all I'm going to say. The definition, now, the word goal is marked in the new dictionary. It just came out last month. This is the 12th edition of Webster's. And it says the word goal is one of the 500 most questioned words in the English language. And so the first sense of the definition of the word goal in the term goals and objectives, it is the end toward which effort is made. The end toward which effort is made. So it's not a law, it's just a goal. So that's what the goals and objectives are, and that's the problem that Barry seems to want to argue about. So I've made copies of this page if y'all would like to read it or question what the validity of what Mr. Webster's errors have said. So thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you all. Mary Lowry, 326 Maple Avenue. 6 comments about the comp plan, which I've talked about before and will reiterate again. 1, the maps have changed. The green space on the map needs to be further defined as it was originally. There's a difference between agricultural land and conservation. Presently, all the green space on the map is referenced as ag. Protect the land that needs to be protected which reflects the overwhelming opinion of the survey completed by the residents. Creeks, steep slopes, waterways, and watersheds should be defined as what they are, conservation. Flatter, tillable land should be defined as what it is, agriculture. 2, there is no economic or business section as per the statute. The goals and objectives of this section should be outlined and explained. Because there was no committee input does not mean the section can be eliminated. And also, there was no focus group on environment. Environmental sustainability was one of the residents' priorities, yet the section environmental goals and objectives was only 8 pages long. Much of the space was taken up by the repetition of each goal before each objective, and there was little information about how that would be accomplished. 3, transportation, especially referencing 53, roads that are known to be changed in the foreseeable future should be reflected in the mapping. 4, red pen, it's a toxic waste dump. There should be absolutely no development anywhere close to that. Minimum lot size for septic. Most other counties have a 3-acre limit for septic. At a minimum, this needs to be 1.5 acres, as Pee Wee Valley just passed. Approximately 75% of the land area in Oldham County is comprised of soils that have severe limitations in adequately supporting septic tank absorption fields. And 6, water and fire protection. We just had a horrific fire on Smith Lane. Horses were lost. There was no chance that that was going to be protected. Water and fire protection needs to precede development, not chase it. Thank you.
Anyone else?
I wanted to get up, I wasn't at the last meeting, but I wanted to thank you all for your consideration as far as not requiring us give our street address when we're up here speaking, so thank you for that. And in the comprehensive plan, I agree with a lot of what Barry Laws said. I noticed under, I think it's ED 3.1, number 1, it uses the word, it's one of his examples, encourage versus require or ensure, because it seems that, if we've set standards, we should not encourage people to follow the standards, we should require them to follow the standards. So, there are multiple places, I'm sure, I didn't pull all of them up, but that's the one that stuck out to me when I saw it. Another thing I was wondering, and it may be addressed and I just missed it, on the corner of 393 and 22, is the zoning C for commercial or R for residential? I'm not, there's a house back in there, so I think it should be residential, but when I looked at it, I think it said C for commercial. So I just wanted to bring that up in case that's a mistake or needs a correction, because if it's not a mistake, it should be corrected, I would think. So that's all. Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, seeing no one, I'm going to close public comment. We'll go on to the first item on today's agenda. That's the 2026 Oldham County, is it 28? 26, right, I can't read. Clerk budget order setting maximum salaries, Amy Alvey.
Okay. Good afternoon, Amy Alvey, Oldham County Clerk. So in your packet, you should have received the proposed 2026 budget for my office. I can go over those numbers briefly, and then we'll go over the annual order for setting the maximum amount for fee officials, deputies, and assistants. The first one is that set at the top, it says Oldham County Clerk's proposed budget for year ending 12/31/2026. That budget is basically a summary. We did review all of this detailed information with the Finance Committee, but it will show the total personnel cost, then the employee benefits, the contracted services, supplies and expenses, capital outlay, and then the total gross income. That total gross income comes from the first page that's in your packet that's just titled Oldham County Clerk 2026 Budget. We anticipate that the total gross income for 2026 is $34,423,950. The mandated distributions, again, that is, I'm basically a flow-through for all of the taxes that we collect in our office. We collect those taxes, and then we turn around and distribute those to the appropriate taxing districts. So the mandatory distribution is $30,864,450, which leaves a net of $3,559,500. Then if you back out of the personal expenses, the refunds seem like they're elevated, which is $725,000, but we have to show those as expense. So when we do our delinquent tax sale, anyone that wants to participate in the delinquent tax sale has to put a deposit on file for the anticipated amount of bills that they're going to they want to on their priority listings that we will collect, or they can through the lottery process. Then when we go through on the tax sale, then we have to go through of any and refund that money back to them of any excess fees that they paid in and did not receive those bills. So someone could put $150,000 on their account and only win, or through that lottery process, get $20,000. So we have to turn around and refund that $130,000 difference on there. Those aren't, that's not refunds to customers. We don't refund that much money to the customers. So just for clarification on that. And then the computer supplies and et cetera is $415,400. So the total office expenses is $2,942,970, which we anticipate that our excess fees will be $616,530. So again, we estimate what we anticipate that we're going to get from revenue from people renewing their vehicles, mortgages, deed releases, any of that kind of stuff. Then the second sheet, again, is the one that is titled Oldham County Clerk Proposed Budget for year ending 12/31/26. That goes through and lists the personnel costs, the employee benefits, contracted service, supplies, and expenses. That number ties back to page 1. And again, it still gives us the same excess fees of the $616,530. that's a brief overview of that, and I would be happy to answer any questions that you would have.
Judge, this did come before the Finance Committee and was approved through the Finance Committee today.
Is your mic on?
Is your mic on?
It's on.
All right, approved by the Finance Committee. All right, is there a motion to accept the clerk's budget?
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Is there any discussion among the rest of the group here? All right, hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, motion carries. Now pursuant to KRS 64.530 subsection 3, the fiscal court shall fix annually the maximum amount, including fringe benefits, which the county clerk may expend for deputies, assistants, and to allow the office to determine the number to be hired and individual compensation for each deputy and assistant. The Oldham County Fiscal Court, in compliance with state law, hereby sets the maximum amount which the Oldham County Clerk may expend for fees during the calendar year of 2026 at $1,802,570 for deputies, assistants, and other employees.
Judge, I'll make that motion.
Second.
Any discussion on that number? I do believe, Amy, you've got promotion in there and
Yes.
you've got,
So if you look at the personnel services, it shows under deputy salaries, it shows an overall increase of 5.4%. The difference from budgeting last year to this year in the deputy salaries is $57,786. We did have a promotion in the office, and then we also had an employee that went from part-time to full-time at our Crestwood location. But if you figure I have 24 employees at $57,000 increase over those, that's doesn't balance out to a whole lot. So, but you'll see that the overall increase between 2025 to 2026, the difference in the maximum order amount was $123,276. And you'll notice that of that difference, or that the difference between the 2 years, the increase mainly comes from employee paid health insurance. Our health insurance went up $48,656 compared to last year. And then the other, obviously, major increase was the increase for the deputy salaries. So that eats up most of the difference from one year to the next.
all right, thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, all in favor of approving this maximum salary, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Real quick, while I still have the floor, just two quick housekeeping items. Our audit for 2024 was completed, and we have not gotten the paper copy yet, but we've got the notice that everything was fine, and that I sent back my responses, and they said I could close it out. So I do have the last little bit of the 2024 clerk fee account budget, or fee account, which is a check for $2,287.32. So that means in 2024 budget, we returned $515,932.25. And since, including 22, 23, and 24, those 3 years since being clerk, we've returned $1,899,835.56. So that 3-year average is a little over, right at $633,000 average for each year. So I just want to give you this check.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
One other item. Don't come up yet. One other item is you should have received an email from me about your financial disclosure statement that goes to the Ethics Commission. If you did not get that email from me, let me know. I do have paper copies that need to be completed and sent back to my office by January 31st. And other than that, we had a wonderful employee appreciation luncheon. I appreciate Fiscal Court always including my staff in on that, and I wish everyone a Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Merry Christmas to you as well. Next item on the agenda is the Sheriff 2026 budget order setting maximum salary.
Hope you got a check with you, Sheriff.
Fell short on that.
Good afternoon. You should have received a packet on what we're anticipating our fiscal year, our calendar year 2026 salaries to be $3,035,963. Basically, since we actually operate on a fiscal court budget, I took the amount we had set for 25-26 budget, divided it in half, added that to half of the 26 and 27 projection, and added those two numbers together to come up with that. And I can give you a sheet to explain all that later if you'd like for me to email it to you. I went over with the Finance Committee, and they seem to be okay with my math to come up with that figure. Our revenue projections for 2026 is about $3,023,000, give or take, which is a significant increase over last year, due basically because we didn't get all of our franchise taxes this year. So on line 13 on a tax commission, I think it was about $2,471,000 last year. We project about $2,775,000 for the coming year, just based on assessment increases, more houses in the county, and those franchise taxes being carried over to the 26 calendar year. Also, if you look at line 5, I think that was in $140,000 range last year. That's reimbursement for court security. It's up to about $323,000. So we're going to add probably 5 people, at least that's what I have on the budget for the 26-27 fiscal year. And 7 of those be part-time, 7 of those be full-time. We get reimbursed $15 an hour. So basically I took the full-time guys at $20.80 a year. The part-time guys, I believe, at $12.48, which is based on a 24-hour work week. Subtracted their vacation and holiday time, multiplied that times $15 an hour times 7 to come up with that figure. So it's a pretty significant increase, and we'll be able to get reimbursed for a lot of that financial responsibility. So, do you have any questions?
Judge, this also came through the Finance Committee today with a favorable outcome. Do we have to do a motion for the revenue or just for the salaries?
I believe you have to do both. Yes. At least I remember being corrected because the magistrate brought it up. We told him he was wrong. I got downstairs. Lori told me he was correct, and we had to come back and fix it. So let's not do that again this year.
It was a heartfelt correction.
You had the victory.
So the revenue projections for calendar year 2026 is the $3,623,000. I'll make the motion that we approve the estimated revenue of $3,623,000.
Second.
All right, moved and seconded that that revenue projection be accepted by the court. Any discussion on that? Guess we won't try to outguess you on that.
Okay. It's off, but not that much.
He's got a lot of colorful spreadsheets.
So why don't we just bump it up about $1 million and see what happens, you know?
Because it might be off by $1 million.
And then the annual order for setting maximum amount for deputies and assistants.
We need to vote on this.
I think we're going to vote on
I'm sorry, I thought we did.
revenue projection first, if there's,
Please do.
all right. We've got a motion and a second, I believe, don't we? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, go forward.
And I'll make the motion that we approve the annual order setting the maximum amount for deputies and assistants at the $3,035,963.50.
Second.
The salaries set at $3 million. Put it back in here. What was it?
It's also benefits.
Right.
Too.
That includes benefits. $3,035,963.50. Okay. Discussion on that? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries. All right. Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you.
Sheriff, and Magistrate Dye's offense, even the clock on the back wall will explain to you. It's right twice a day, so we'll give it to him. So
Appreciate that.
That clock has stopped working, maintenance. I don't know, is there any battery to that clock, or what is it? There's something about it. Time has stood still since we've been in here. All right, now we'll go to payables. When you're ready to pay the bills, let's do it.
Make a motion to pay the bills?
Any discussion on any of these this time? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Next item under contracts and resolutions, deceased animal removal contract, Polly Helton.
Judge, we skipped over, we added a line item.
Pardon?
You added Magistrate Tice's history discussion lesson there.
I put that down under community business.
Oh, I heard B, sorry.
All right. Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon. We are once again applying for the Deceased Animal Removal Grant. This grant helps producers in Oldham County to properly dispose of deceased livestock, as well as the removal of deceased deer on county roads. We're asking the approval to allow Judge Vogel to sign this grant application and any other documents pertaining to this grant, and to allow myself to be the administrator of this grant.
Judge,
Yes, sir.
I move that we approve you to be able to sign this contract for the grant from Kentucky Ag Development in the amount of $5,000.
Second.
Any discussion on this? I didn't, yes, sir.
I thought I saw it here, you told me, but I can't remember. What is the cost? I know it doesn't cover the full amount to remove the animal, right? For the roadway, yes, but for the individual?
Right, so it's $200 per carcass. The producer pays half of that.
Okay.
So they pay 100, we pay 100.
And Polly, just a question on the service that they have been providing. Has it been working out pretty well? People have been happy with the times and how long it takes to pick up an animal?
Yeah, it actually is working much better because they come out Monday through Friday. We are the last pickup because they serve several counties. We're the last pickup, so if you get your call in the morning, usually that afternoon, with the weather lately, it might be the next day. But they have 72 hours by contract.
And do you have the numbers that they picked up this past year on both deer and farm animals?
Yeah, so the total number of carcasses from March to November is 91. The deer is 38 of those.
Okay, thank you.
All right, anybody else? All right, allow me to sign this grant request. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Goshen Tower Site License Agreement. Greg Beck, please.
Good afternoon, Greg Beck, Oldham County Dispatch. Today I'm requesting that you all give the judge permission to sign off on this site license agreement for the Goshen Tower site between Oldham County Central Dispatch and Everest Infrastructure. Everest is purchasing the tower that is currently owned by the North Oldham Fire District that we have infrastructure on over in the Goshen area. This is actually just going to be a formal contract that will allow us to keep our equipment on that tower for $1 for the next up to 25 years. And this is that agreement between us and the new owners. The tower has not sold yet. They're supposed to be, if we sign today, the closing is supposed to be set for this Thursday.
I'll make that motion, Judge.
Second.
All right, moved and seconded that I be allowed to sign the tower agreement. Any discussion on it? Magistrate Hawkins?
Two questions. Why are we selling it? Like, why would we sell an asset, and what are we selling it for?
We are not selling it. The asset's actually owned by the North Oldham Fire District. They have chose to sell it. So the new owners are allowing us to stay on it for $1 over the next 25 years.
Okay.
So yeah, we don't currently own it. We own some of the equipment on it, and we will still own that. But no, we don't own the tower.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Magistrate Woosley.
I guess my question is for the county attorney. Can we legally enter into a contract with somebody who doesn't own the tower yet, since they haven't closed?
Yeah, it's just anticipatory. Just when they own it, it'll go into effect. So yes, it's fine.
If they end up not closing, this just voids?
Yes, they don't have any authority under,
Okay.
they wouldn't own it, so yes.
Okay.
Magistrate Likens.
This is the cell tower behind the old fire department.
It
North
is,
Oldham.
yes, right next to
And
North Oldham Middle.
How
Yes,
long
sir.
has that been there? 40, 50 years? Long time.
A while. I could get a number from you, but I don't know off the top of my head.
It's been there quite a few years.
It has, yeah. I know it's been there at least since the early 2000s. The fire department used to own the fire department there. They moved across the street. They kept the firehouse as a training center. They sold it off and kept this parcel, and now they're selling the tower. They're actually still going to own the land. So the square that it's sitting on, they will still own the land, but they're selling the tower.
Anyone else? All right, motion's made and seconded to sign this tower agreement for $1 a year for 25 years?
Yes, sir.
Well, that's as good a deal as we're going to get today.
I think so.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, now we'll move to the community business, and that's the second reading of a public hearing for ordinance number 25-910.518. That has to do with the comprehensive plan. And before we proceed, are we able to put on the screen, Tom? Can you put up the rules here? All right.
Judge, can I?
Pardon?
I thought D1 was our history center.
Yeah, D1, D comes after.
D comes after. I said after this is what.
Oh, I took D1 as.
I guess there's a lot of confusion over that today, but I was going to take that after this. Okay.
10-4, thank you.
All right. Here are the rules we're going to go by today. We have, first of all, introduction of the by staff and questions by the court for a maximum of 20 minutes. And we have a presentation here by the applicant. Who is the applicant here, Barry? I mean, it's Ryan. Yes, you are. I mean, the planning commission is the applicant, or the planning staff. Then we'll take testimony from those opposing the application and a questioning of the applicant by those opposing the application. We'll take some time for that. And we have rebuttal and cross-examination and final statements and so forth. So we're going to try to follow these rules now. Some of the speakers here already have come forward, and I don't know if you want to make the same points again, or if you have different points, or you just couldn't hold your fire until we got to this point, or what. But I think maybe have 5, 6, 7 people who wish to speak in relation to this, in addition to our planning staff. So, as I mentioned earlier, we're all friends and neighbors. We may agree or disagree. We all are looking for the benefit to do something to keep our county as great as it is. So let's keep ourselves in an orderly fashion, and we'll start with our planning director, Ryan Fisher, and Anna Barge, planning staff. And okay.
All right. Judge Vogel, Magistrates, County Attorney Baxter, thank you for having us before you today for the second reading and public hearing for the Oldham County Comprehensive Plan titled Keeping Oldham County on Track. I know you all have had the 165-page document now for a while, so I'm sure you've enjoyed reading that over your holiday preparedness. I have about 150 PowerPoint slides to go through today, so I'm going to talk fast. This isn't the same entire presentation that was given to the Planning Commission, but we do have access to all of those slides. So if there is a question that you all have about something that is necessarily not covered, we can always pull that slide for you. We did provide, Magistrate Hounds actually provided some nourishment for you if you do get hungry in front of you. If you do have to get a bite to eat, I'm sure Magistrate Hounds maybe has a can opener.
These are the new timers, so when you run out of time, I sling a a can of corn at you. So.
Okay, that'll get me to stop. So we'll start with what is the comprehensive plan, and Judge Vogel talked about this a little bit already, but KRS Chapter 100 tells us that every 5 years we have to take a look at the comprehensive plan and see if there's things that need to be changed and go from there. So it's a long-range document, usually covers that span of 5 years and outlines a community's vision for its future, including recommendations, and we'll look at future land use maps later, but also things such as land use, transportation, economic development, and community facilities. It serves as really the guiding blueprint for the community's growth and is a mandatory prerequisite for having a zoning ordinance. In counties that do have zoning ordinances, they are required by law then to have a comprehensive plan. The plan's goals and objectives, which we're going to look at today, as well as the plan elements, were approved at the Planning Commission. You'll see that here in a little bit, and used by the Planning Commission to make recommendations on rezonings and other development proposals. So you all see a lot of times those, you won't necessarily see the development plan approvals come before you all, but you all see a lot of those zoning map amendments, and you'll see attorneys get up here, whether they're speaking for or against a project, and say it complies with LU objective, goal 1 and goal 3. So you're familiar with kind of some of the verbiage here that we're talking about. So the parts of the comprehensive plan, according to KRS 100.187, it does have several different parts of this. I'm not going to cover this super in depth because you're going to see these as we go through this entire presentation. And its purpose and function, once again, it's mandatory for zoning ordinances. Any county that has a zoning ordinances has to have a comprehensive plan. Does provide public input to ensure it reflects the needs and desires of the community's residents and stakeholders. And we're going to talk about that process that we went through over the course of, really, we started this last November. So we've been at this now as a staff for a little over a year working on this in our office. Provides that long-range vision and then also the legal framework that provides those grounds for the rezonings and the other things that come before you all that you're familiar with. So if we look at the history kind of the Oldham County Comprehensive Plan, back in 2002, I don't know if any of you all were here then serving, but Outlook 2020 was adopted by Fiscal Court to really kind of look at that 20-year vision for the county as it started to grow. And so you saw Outlook 2020 adopted back in February 2002. It was readopted in March 2007, once again that 5-year time frame that we talked about, with very few changes. And then Outlook 2020 was overhauled in January of 2014 with the adoption of goals and objectives. The current comprehensive plan was put in place, really started in kind of 2019. It was adopted back in November of 2020. So that brings us to that 5-year time frame that we're in now, required by KRS to come before you all to look at this again. So to 2020 and beyond as we're past 2020, and we know that's posed a lot of significant changes in the lives of a lot of things since 2020. I do want to provide a quick disclaimer, and that's that I did not get Disney Pixar's permission to use Buzz Lightyear, so I don't want Magistrate Woosley to call down there and let them know that. So
Too late.
Too late. Okay. So just want to provide that quick disclaimer on that. The timeline of events. You'll see over the next couple slides, we went through 4 phases of this. Like I said, we started back in November of last year. I was actually just clearing out my phone the other day of old pictures, and I had taken the picture of the dry erase board in our conference room back in November of last year that had all the different things that we were going to do and the time frames, which don't always stick like we'd like, because here we are in December, which is not when I wanted to be doing this. I wanted to have this done by November. So you'll see here the first phase, we started to create that framework of the document itself. So we took the existing document that we have, the 2020 version of the comprehensive plan. We started gathering our census data back in December to kind of update that, and it was a good thing we did because at the time of the government shutdown, there was a time frame when you couldn't get those data, those census figures really easily. So we started with that, and then we created focus groups. Really what we did was, with the plan element section, we got in touch with those subject matter experts, those individuals that do those jobs, whether it's transportation or environmental or public safety, things like that, that do that every day to look at those sections and see what needed to be updated. And once again, this is an update to an existing comprehensive plan. So they essentially looked at those numbers, said, hey, you know what, we don't have 10 officers anymore, we now have 20. Looked at those things like that and made those changes and started to create really working drafts of what you're going to see in the plan elements section. I do want to highlight real quick our team. I've got a few of those with me today. Anna Barge, obviously our senior planner, and John Hine, our planner one, Sandy Rugroden in our office, as well as Matt Toller with GIS. We're instrumental in helping us create this. This definitely isn't a one-person task to create a large document such as this, and even 150 PowerPoint slides. So I do want to give them thanks for what they did. In addition, we had a steering committee full of 8 individuals around the community that kind of served essentially to kind of make sure we were staying on track with what we were doing. We didn't have very many meetings with them. They really didn't have any sort of say it all other than making sure we were kind of staying the course. So you see those individuals listed here. I like to call them community champions because all of them serve with a community-minded focus with, as Judge Vogel said in the intro, doing what's best for Oldham County. So that's our steering committee, and then those various focus groups that I talked about. We had individuals from Julie Wilson with the library. We had somebody from CSX, which I've actually been able to get a hold of on the phone twice, which I felt pretty lucky there. We've had all sorts of individuals, Chief Smith, Sheriff Wakefield, Oldham County Economic Development folks, Russ Rose at Oldham County Water. So you can see pretty much all of the major players in anything we do development-wise, anything that comes before the Planning Commission, those individuals were involved in these sections. Once we got past that, we got into the public engagement phase where we did stakeholder meetings. This took place back in early to mid-May, and you can see here that we did 5 different public meetings spread throughout the county. They're starting in May. We did one right here at at the time it was known as the Fiscal Court Reception Center. But we started there. We went to the New Goshen Library and had a meeting. We went down to Westport, which sometimes feel like they maybe get left out. So we went and did a public meeting down in Westport. We had Crestwood and Pee Wee Valley combined there at the South Oldham Fire Department. And then we had one at the Ballardsville Fire Department as well. And there's just a few photos of those events. I do want to give a special thanks to Sheriff Wakefield there in the back. Him and his staff provided security for those events for us. And I do have to say, I don't think in their job description was helping us pick up tables and chairs, but I do appreciate them for all their help. I want to just give him a special thanks for him and his staff and what they did for us. In the plan itself, you do have this page. I don't really know exactly what page it's on, but you'll see a sheet here that kind of gives a synopsis of that public engagement part. We did establish very early on a web page that was specifically designed for the comprehensive plan. So that was linked off of not only the fiscal court web page, but also our planning development page where all things comprehensive plan sort of took place. On that site, when this went to press, so this isn't the current number, but we had over 3,400 visits to that website. And that was where we posted all the things from the public meetings to opportunities for public input via, emails and things like that we could get input on. So we had over 3,400 visits to that website. And once again, that was probably back in September. So that number is higher than that now as people have continued to look at that site. You'll see there we had 4 meetings with that steering committee. We had 6 different meetings with our focus groups. We had those 5 public meetings that we talked about. In those public meetings, we did have an opportunity for a survey, as well as we had that on the website, as well as had that as an opportunity that you could fill out in the office. We had 407 surveys that were submitted through that process as well. You will see after this page in your comp plan, there are some results of those surveys. And then we also did a photo contest for the new cover photo. We'll touch on that in a second, but we had 2 photo contest entries for that. And then we also had opportunities for additional public input after we revised the plan based on our initial public input. And we had 10 public comments that were given during that phase. All came in by email back in, that took place around July. So that's just a little page to give you an idea of that, and that brings us to the third phase where we started to refine what we found out from our public meetings. We created that kind of revised input, created a new revised draft, put that on the web, and then asked for anybody over the course of, it was going to be about 2 weeks, and that time period was actually extended. The public encouraged the judge to extend that time a little bit. We did, but we ultimately had 10 public comments that were provided from that revised draft that we posted on our website. At that point, once we got kind of a finished document, we went through the normal process that we would take any sort of zoning text amendment through, and that would be through our study review committee process, and went before them. They pushed that forward to the Planning Commission, and kind of that's where we're at today with our fourth phase. We've created that final draft, got the study review committee approval, got approval at the Planning Commission, and then we're before all of our legislative bodies, which is what we're doing here today. Looking at a few of those approvals, the Planning Commission heard this case on October 9th, so they did pass the comprehensive plan, approved that, and recommended that approval to all of our various legislative bodies within the county. On December 1st, the LaGrange City Council, and I know Mr. Craig Mile came up earlier, they approved the Oldham County Comprehensive Plan goals and objectives back on December 1st. And then we've had first readings at Crestwood as well as Pewee Valley. Pewee Valley, we also had a second reading there, but they are going to vote on that in early January, which still complies with that 90-day time frame. If you all have seen 90 days from the time the Planning Commission gives approval, legislative bodies have that time frame to act. So even though Pewee Valley is going towards January, that still falls within that 90-day time frame. So that's kind of where we're at on those approvals. Touch real quick on this photo contest. So initially, when I created this slogan of keeping Oldham County on track, I won't lie, I had an idea that people were going to send me some train pictures. Turns out not everybody embraces the train as much as I do. And so we didn't get very many train photos, but we did get a couple. One of them may have been taken by me, but we did get a few of those, and so we wanted people to send in photos that kind of fit that frame of keeping Oldham County on track. And so we had 12 different photo entries that were submitted. Voting took place at those 5 public meetings, as well as we gave people an opportunity in our office to vote on that photo as well. Ultimately, 60 total votes were submitted, and the winning photo took home almost 70% of the vote. So you can see here on the left the old cover of our current comprehensive plan that's in place and our new cover photo on the new one. I may be biased, but I think it looks a little better. You've got the picture of Oldham County with the winning photo in the background. Magistrate Hounds may not think so. He's over there laughing. But did want to make sure I got all the cities listed on there. So Ballardsville, Buckner, Crestwood, Goshen, LaGrange, Pewee Valley, and Westport, because this is truly a community project. And then we have the slogan up there at the top, keeping Oldham County on track. That is not a picket fence at the top. I did get railroad tracks in there because I was going to find some way to get that in there. So you do have the railroad tracks to kind of signify keeping us on track. So that winning photo was taken by Joni Buttorf. She will not tell me where this photo is taken from. She says it's her special place to go after a hard day's work. But she did take that, and that's just a little synopsis there of Joni. I know most of you all know her, born and raised here, and definitely happy to win that award. Real quick on about the next 4 or 5 slides, we'll just talk about a few things, and I know you all are aware of all of these because you've been here on court for, if not all, most of them. These are things that we've seen accomplished since the 2019-2020 plan was adopted. And, obviously growth in the county continues to occur, and the collective plan is going to serve as a guide for that development. Our successes and our future are dependent upon collaboration between our local and state government, as well as economic development staff, private developers, and the public. So in those 5 years since the adoption of the 2019-2020 plan, we've seen a lot of different growth and infrastructure policy improvements in the county. We've revised our school capacity standards to include cumulative phasing chart, which you all hear the school board talk about all the time as developments get approved and how many building permits are approved. We revised our short-term rental regulations as that industry started to change back in 2023. You obviously know Exit 20 at the Ernie Harris Parkway was finally opened. We've had an Oldham County major thoroughfare plan that was updated. We've got, and I'm not going to mention all of these because you know most of them, but we've had the approval of the Clore Station mixed-use development, which is going to be a big change for that exit there in Crestwood. We became the first county in Kentucky to provide fiber optic high-speed internet access to the entire community. Becky Zockline was able to create the Oldham County Waste Wizard back in 2022 to help people navigate all their solid waste and recycling needs. We've had several different traffic studies that have been done. Kentucky 22, you all just passed one here just recently for Commerce Parkway. And Crestwood adopted their Crestwood Master Plan, which kind of gives them a vision going forward of what they'd like to see Crestwood and kind of their downtown area to look like. And then obviously a lot of new different community facilities. I did put the courthouse on here. Hopefully this 2025 date is going to stick. I know we're all pretty confident, but we've had a lot of different facilities there open up within the course of the last 5 years. And once again, I'm preaching to the choir because I know you all have been a part of those as we go through. Whew. All right. Now to the goals and objectives. Let me grab a quick drink though, or maybe a breath. Okay. So the goals and objectives. So what I'm going to do on the goals and objectives, you're going to see obviously goals and objectives for transportation, community facilities, and things like that. What I'm not going to do today is show all the different pages of the objectives. And so if we have questions on objectives, and you all have questions when we get to that, we can go through these slides and do them. But if not, we will definitely be here for about 2.5 or 3 hours of me going through all these objective slides. So I'm going to hit the goal slide simply because when you have council show up at planning commission hearings or before you all, they talk about the goals most of the time, a good 98% of the time, 99% of the time, they will talk about the goals that they hope to achieve through their development. And they'll say they're in compliance with goal LU-1. And most of the time they don't get into the objectives, but like I said, I'm more than welcome to entertain those if you all do have questions about those, and those obviously are in the packet that you were provided. So the first one, we'll look at land use goals and objectives. And now the one thing about the goals and objectives I want you to note, and I know several of you all have already asked me this, the goals and objectives, we really decreased the amount of goals. Okay, and I don't want that to startle you. I'm gonna show you why. But when you look at the goals, we actually went from 36 goals in the current comprehensive plan to 19 goals in this plan. We also went from 104 different objectives that people could use down to 44. And when we thought about doing that, what we thought about was if you go up to a buffet line and there's a lot of different options, you've got a lot of different options. You want your kid to eat the green vegetables, guess what they're not going to eat if there's candy on there. If you all ever been to Golden Corral, where do they go? They go to the ice cream and they go to the candy and like, no, I need you down here at the broccoli. So try to decrease the amount of choices that attorneys and applicants have to choose from and really kind of narrow down our focus. You're also going to see there's a few different sections that we completely eliminated, and I don't want that to scare you, but we'll go through those when we get to them, and I'll tell you why we chose to eliminate them. So with that being said, the first 4 are the land use goals and objectives. So you'll see there, provide for planned and orderly growth to protect land from premature or unsuitable development. Number 2, promote a diverse range of housing opportunities. 3, strengthen our local community by expanding employment opportunities that diversify tax revenues, support community facilities and services, and provide job opportunities for Oldham County residents. And 4, protect the character of historic and culturally important structures and neighborhoods through the creation and use of historic districts and architectural design standards. On the next slide, what you're going to see is a comparison between our current land use goals that are in the current 2019 plan and the way they're worded in the 2025 proposed plan. And you can see one is there's still 4 goals, all right? There's some that have been reworded a little bit. They were simply reworded to make better sense, I'll say that. Number 4 in addition was essentially a new one because we get a lot of talk about wanting to maintain architecturally important areas, whether that's downtown LaGrange, a Pee Wee Valley overlay district. And so our encouragement is if cities or if local communities want those historically protected districts, let's write something in the comp plan that really gives them the right to be able to do that.
I was going by the judge's list that he gave us at the beginning, and I set the timer for 20 minutes. So you're in your presentation portion, is that correct?
That's correct.
I'm going to reset this to 30 minutes, which will give you your 50 minutes that you were.
Thank you.
So slow down.
I think. I don't know if 30 is going to get me, but whatever.
We didn't get our first 20 minutes, by the way. So.
Okay. I was at an hour and a half for the planning commission, so yeah, I know.
Let's set a goal.
That's okay.
Would you repeat what you just said? I got,
On which part?
okay, never mind. Boy, I was really focused.
Okay. So like I was saying, number 4 is we wanted to put that one in there so that the communities could, if they so choose, create those cultural and historic districts that would essentially be protected. So if a building burns down in downtown LaGrange, that it's created back with that same architectural mindset that downtown LaGrange had, and it's not, a new modern building. That doesn't mean that our regulations have changed. What it does is provide communities, whether it's Pee Wee Valley has, looked at an overlay district here recently. LaGrange has a historic district already, that if we so choose to do that, our comp plan sort of guides us to the ability to do that. So number 4 is a complete new one. LU4, I'll just go ahead and touch on this real quick because this has generated some input. The reason why LU4 was removed is because KRS 100 already really tells us who, what, and when we have to notify individuals for a development review process. So that doesn't relate to public input at the comprehensive plan. That's not what that goal says. That goal says to maintain a consistent and understandable development review process. That means development plans and zoning map amendments that go before the Planning Commission. Those are development reviews that they have a way to encourage and accommodate citizen involvement. The KRS already requires who we have to notify, whether it's just adjoining property owners or whether it's people within 500 feet for a zoning change. And it already tells us the time frame that we have to do that. It tells us that when we have to put a sign on the property. It tells us that we have to notify within the newspaper in the Oldham era. So all of that is already in the KRS. So that's redundant. And so that's the reason why that was taken out. It wasn't for any other reason on why LU4 was removed. It's simply already required by state law. Transportation goals and objectives. There's 3 of these. Number 1 is facilitate a safe, efficient, and connected transportation network that supports growth, mobility, and economic development. Number 2 is support multimodal connectivity by promoting pedestrian, bicycle, and roadway linkages between neighborhoods, workplaces, and amenities. And 3, protect and preserve scenic and culturally important transportation corridors and resources. Between 2019 and 2025, you'll see that we still have 3 transportation goals. Those, once again, have been reworded a little bit to make a little bit more sense, as well as in goal T2, for example, we took out the bus transit because we know TARC has obviously changed their transportation plan. We know that bus route probably isn't coming back anytime soon to Crestwood. I hope I'm not startling you all by that statement, but since they're cutting a lot of routes in Louisville alone, so bus transit is something that's kind of changed since that 2019 plan with losing that route. And so, once again, though, you'll see a lot of those are very similar. They've just been a little bit reworded there to make a little bit more sense. Our environment goals and objectives, number 1, preserve and improve the quality of Oldham County's natural resources, including water, air, and soil, while protecting the health, safety, and welfare of its citizens through a watershed-based approach to environmental planning and stormwater management. Allow site development that does not adversely impact environmental features and resources or air quality, and minimizes noise and lighting impacts to and from adjacent and nearby uses. And 3, protect and enhance the Ohio River corridor and its tributaries as a valuable county natural resource. Now, you will see here when we look at the 2019 to 2025 comparison of what we have, you can see in 2019, they differentiated those out between water quality, air quality, land preservation, and light distribution. We sort of took all of those and kind of meshed them into one goal that deals with all of those that we want to protect. Now, keep in mind that you'll see a lot of, if you look at the comparisons between 2019 and 2025, you'll also see a lot of the same type of language. Maintain, recognize. We've heard about the ensure word today. Minimize light emissions, to protect and enhance. You'll see a lot of those same words. The thing to keep in mind about the comprehensive plan is we've talked about it being a guide. The other thing to note is what this does is this says, okay, we want to minimize light emissions to those necessary and consistent. That has that type of language because then our lighting regulations essentially become that rule book. And that's where the shalls have to come in, is that light shall not emit onto your neighbor's property. You've got to use downlighting. You've got to use shielding. That's what comes in the rules and the regulations part, which is where the shall language needs to be. And so that's why when you look at the type of language that's used in comp plans, and we looked at a lot of different comp plans that have taken place around the state over the last 6 months, and they use that very similar style language. It's the regulations where things come in. So this is a good example to look at one because we have regulations on lighting distribution through our lighting regulations. You'll see later on when we have stuff on signage and things of that nature, you'll see those types of terms used, and that's where we have regulations on those particular things. Our next section is community facilities, goals, and objectives. One, provide for needed public community facilities and services through planned and equitable use of communities' financial, physical, and human resources. Plan, establish guidelines, and coordinate efforts with community services organizations for the appropriate levels of capacity and service for sewage disposal, potable water, schools, fire protection, and solid waste disposal within Oldham County. So if you're familiar with our technical review committee process, which all development plans, most development plans, if they generate enough traffic, have to go before the technical review committee, as well as all zoning map amendments that ultimately would come before you all or the city of LaGrange or the city of Pee Wee Valley or Crestwood. Those all, if you look at those agencies right there, all of those agencies are represented at that TRC. Now, I won't say all of them always show up, but all of them are represented and emailed about a particular development plan and how that affects capacity for sewage or the ability to get a septic tank on that property, or if we look at the ability to have fire protection and where fire hydrants are required. All of those organizations are accounted for through that technical review committee process. Number 3 is expand countywide learning opportunities for all ages by encouraging opportunities for public and private partnerships with our local schools and universities, colleges, and technical campuses to promote lifelong learning opportunities and create pathways for success. And then number 4, provide for exceptional public parks, recreational facilities, open spaces, and trails which support the preservation of the county's natural and scenic resources, wildlife habitats, residential amenities, and visitor attractions. And you'll see a lot of that stuff later on when we get to the plan elements of our existing park facilities and things of that nature. Once again, the 2019 to 2025 comparison. Once again, you'll see the terms there used in the 2019 one: to provide, to plan, establish guidelines, increase efforts, maintain Oldham County's high level of educational and enrichment opportunities, to provide. You'll see that we did go down from 5 to 4, once again, by just kind of combining some language to better streamline the overall plan. Economic development goals and objectives. Number 1 is to expand Oldham County's economy through business growth and job creation. Number 2, encourage business development that enhances Oldham County's quality of life. And 3, pursue expanded infrastructure for the benefit of residents and a growing business community. Formerly, in 2019, this was known as the business and industry section, which I will say in the plan elements had a whopping 1 paragraph, which was all about the Buckner corridor. That was the only thing that was in the 2019 plan for economic development or business and industry. So once again, 3 goals. Those have been probably reworded the most out of any of those. And those were done in consultation with David Bazanis and Economic Development and how these were to be worded. Tourism goals and objectives. One thing about tourism is that was a completely new section. We wanted to make sure tourism got in there, and so Kim Hides did a terrific job. If you got to her section and you realize, wow, that's a lot of stuff about tourism, when you give Kim Hides a task to talk about tourism, she'll talk about it, and she'll write about it. So she did a great job giving us a lot of information for that, but that was a completely new section. And so our idea was, if a business wants to try to locate here, and that's going to generate tourism, what does that bring in into the community? It brings in people staying in our hotels or possibly our short-term rentals. They're eating at our restaurants, and so why wouldn't we want to include a tourism component within the comprehensive plan? So you'll see 2 goals and objectives in there for tourism. One is enhance Oldham County's brand as a unique, high-value destination while preserving and celebrating the character of its towns and landscapes and supporting vibrant new experiences. And 2, position Oldham County as a place where people are drawn to visit, proud to call home, and inspired to build community by promoting experiences that celebrate its rural beauty, cultural richness, and welcoming spirit. 2 other sections I talked about. We eliminated a couple sections, and I'm going to highlight these now. So the first one being the government section. So there were 2 different goals on that. And essentially, and let's just say in my 3 years here, nobody has ever used a government goal. Even when we do community facilities reviews, when people come before you all for either a new library or a new fire station, typically they're using community facilities goals. So a lot of these we saw as being very redundant as what's in the community facilities goals. And so we completely eliminated these 2 goals altogether. So that eliminated 2 of our goals. So when you think initially about the number that I told you we went down in goals, this is something to think about. And then the Brownsboro Master Plan actually had goals and objectives in the 2019 plan. Now, this was a plan that was created back, and some of you all probably be able to better speak on this than me, but was created back in, I believe, the early 2000s. It was not created by an organized city or anything like that, but they created a master plan to try to look at growth within that Brownsboro area. That has since passed the date that master plan was to go. And there's nobody that has taken on that task to look at redoing that. And so we didn't completely remove the Brownsboro master plan. I want to make a point of that. It is still in the comprehensive plan, but what it is, you're going to find it in the very end section that we talk about when we get to supplemental resources. If you all are still with us, it'll be the very last slide that we cover before we say we're done. So if you're still aware with everything, we'll get to that and talk about where that Brownsboro master plan is now. But essentially, we took all of those goals and objectives and completely eliminated from that section, and that was a pretty good number. This is just 1 page of them. I think there was like 4 or 5 pages of goals and objectives just for the Brownsboro master plan. So we completely eliminated that section as well. Now we're getting to, I think, what is my last part, thank goodness. So we'll get into talking about the plan elements. So that concludes kind of that goals and objectives portion. We'll get into plan elements, and I'm going to talk about the future land use portion of this and the future land use map, as well as the proposed both minor and major changes that we're recommending. So the first one, if we look at the current future land use map. So this is the current future land use map as we have it now. And I'm going to note a couple things on this slide. One is you see a lot of different dark green and light green colors. Okay? I'm going to talk about that real briefly. And that is the dark green is agriculturally zoned on the future land use map. So the future land use of that map or that tract is proposed to be agricultural. Chances are that's probably used that way now. There's not too many places where we go future land use right now is residential, and in the future we think it'll be agricultural. Unfortunately, that's not the way we see development work. The light green is conservation zoning, okay? I understand that that's completely different, and we're going to talk about steep slopes, and we're going to talk about waterways, but in the zoning world, okay, in the zoning world, if you look at agricultural zoning and you look at conservation zoning, the requirements are the same. The road frontage requirements are the same. The lot size is the same. The setbacks are the same. If you look at the land uses that are permitted by right and you look at the land uses that require a conditional use permit, exactly the same. So at the end of the day, agricultural and conservation zoning, other than the fact that they have steep slopes and they have waterways around them, they're no different other than you may potentially be building in a floodplain, which has requirements all itself, which are covered through Jim Silliman's office, which are covered through the Division of Water, which may mean you can't build close to a creek or stream. You may not be able to cross that stream. Those are regulations that don't necessarily need to be addressed in the comp plan. But those are differences. I understand those are differences. But at the end of the day, agricultural and conservation zoning from the zoning perspective and the requirements that need to meet those are the same. And so based on some feedback that we actually got in our public meetings, there was a desire to see conservation easements put on our future land use map. And that means people that have taken their land and said, I want to put this in a conservation easement or a trust of some sort that says this land is never going to be developed. And that's an individual property owner's given right if they choose to do that, and that's completely fine. So what we wanted to do was try to make those visible on the future land use map for several different reasons. One meaning for our own reference, but then also as an applicant comes in to know that land near them is recorded and deeded as a conservation easement. And so that was input that we actually got at public meetings. That wasn't anything that me or my staff came up with. That was input that we received at public meetings that we wanted that on the future land use map. And so in doing so, you'll see that one of our changes that we made was to combine all of those green colors into one dark green color, meaning it's agricultural and rural. That is all of our agricultural and conservation land mixed into one, because at the end of the day, those zoning requirements are exactly the same. So it doesn't matter if somebody comes in and says, well, what's this land going to be used for later? It's agricultural rural. It doesn't mean that there's not going to be some other stipulations you'll have to abide by, because it could be in a floodplain, it could be near a stream like we just talked about. So that's one of the big changes that you're going to see when we look at our new map. You're going to go, well, it looks a lot different. Well, that's one of the big changes. So the proposed future land use map, and as you can see, it's a lot darker green now. The lighter green that is on there is all the deeded and recorded conservation easements that are recorded within the national database. That is the place where we can go and get a layer that we can easily put with our GIS that shows those lots. Now, there are some people that say, well, there's other lots out there that are deeded and recorded in conservation easements. Well, the only way we have to make sure of that is to make sure that those are in the national database. So that's still something that we'd like to talk to the individuals that deal with that in order to get those properly labeled. But right now, that's really the only avenue that we have to rely on for those conservation easements to ensure they're deeded and recorded, that those lots will not be developed. And that's not the potential. If somebody goes, hey, I want to put a subdivision there, well, you can't. So that's why that map looks a little different as far as the green. And so we'll go over just a few of the minor changes. One of them, we cleaned up some parcel discrepancy. I won't get too in-depth into that. There was some errors on the original future land use map, because when you go to click a parcel to change the future land use, you have to click all four corners, and a corner got missed. And so one of them was we just cleaned up some errors that were in there. We removed, there was a right-of-way designation on there that really wasn't needed. At the end of the day, we don't need the right-of-way designated on the future land use map. The median of I-71 was completely a pink color. Well, unless somebody's going to put one of those McDonald's around the toll rest stop like they do in Chicago, nobody's developing in the middle of the median. So the right-of-way designations we didn't think were needed. So we removed those, as well as the single-family city designation. So before, there was a single-family county designation and a single-family city. With the exception of lot sizes and obviously sewers maybe being in the city, there's really no difference if it's a neighborhood in the city or a neighborhood in the county, other than the potential that the lot sizes might be smaller. At the end of the day, it was a subdivision no matter what. I talked about the coloring for the agricultural and the rural, and the conservation future land use designations, and then creating that brighter green for the conservation future land use designation. And then the other thing we did, it's probably hard to see on your all's copy as well as on the ones up here, but we labeled various in progress and approved developments to just kind of help in labeling. So if you wanted to look at that map and go, I have no idea where I'm looking, you could find, oh, there's Clore Station. Okay, I know where I'm at now. So we labeled those to just kind of help and a little bit assist people in finding where they're located at in the county. Now we'll talk about the few future land use changes that are proposed, kind of the major changes that we would look at, and I don't think there's anything here that's going to make you necessarily fall out of your seat and go, what? I don't think there's anything that's big here, but the very first slide I want to make sure to note, and I want everybody to hear this loud and clear, so much so that I put it in here twice, is the future land use map does not change anyone's zoning. The future land use map simply says, planning and zoning got out their glass ball and tried to predict the future of what could potentially happen within those next 5 years. And I'll be completely honest with you, if I could predict the future, I would get in Tina's Powerball pot because we'd all be lucky winners. But I can't. So it's our best guess is trying to determine where and when development might occur within the course of the next 5 years. So the future land use map does not change anyone's zoning, which I think may answer the question that was asked earlier about 22 and 393 when we get to that parcel. So the first property, KSR. This is one probably isn't going to be a shocker to you as we talk about the prison possibly decommissioning and going away, is that what's going to happen to that property. Now keep in mind that's not the entire prison property, that the other two facilities there are going to remain in operation. So that front half is really what we're talking about. We know that's state-owned property. So really we have no clue, at least I don't have any clue of what that potentially could be. And so we thought the best use of that would be mixed use, because that provides us some flexibility on whether or not that could be commercial, it could be industrial. There may be a residential component if there's a master plan type of development, similar to an Oldham Reserve, where there's different types of industry that are proposed in there. So mixed use just gave us most flexibility to kind of, since we don't know what the talk is there, or even if within the next 5 years, for all we know, the prison may still be in operation. So we put that as mixed use. The other parcel is Clayton and Lambert property, right across from the high school. You all know, because you all have heard these zoning map amendments, that we've had a couple within the last 3 to 4 years that have changed that property from industrial to commercial. And so our thought is that entire corridor there will eventually become commercial, that the industrial opportunity there in that sector, especially once the roadway changes, if that even occurs within the next 5 years and the new alignment comes in there with 393, that the potential for commercial development in that area is probably greater than a potential for industrial development. And you've seen that with the orthodontics place. You had the Oldham County Entertainment Center come forth. You've already got the gas station on the corner. So just the thought that we may potentially see more commercial there than industrial. The Commerce Parkway extension, in the current plan, that is shown as industrial. We have proposed to change that to a mix of commercial and industrial. And as you see changes there with the proposed spec buildings that are under construction now, you've got the Wawa that's been approved there. There's a Chase Bank going in. There's a little bit more of a opportunity there for commercial development. But once again, the commercial industrial gives us that flexibility that if there was still an industrial occupancy that wanted to go in there, something small like you see up on Mattingly Court already, that potential is still there. So that's the third one. And the fourth one is the area of Highway 22 and Highway 393. And I know this has generated a little bit of input. This is essentially just that corner property there that's maybe a couple properties in that area at the corner of Highway 22 and Highway 393. And we're proposing that change from ag rural to commercial, simply because one is across the street you see, even though the Circle K, I believe there on 22 is about the only, there might be a couple other commercial occupancies in there, but is about the end of that commercial corridor. But you can see where the future land use currently is red all the way up to that intersection. So the future land use in that corridor has been commercial already. We haven't seen any commercial development there, but the future land use for that area, and which is also not inconsistent with a lot of times where you see two state roads come into contact with each other. Most of the time, if you look at Highway 42 and 1793, commercial area. You look at Highway 42 and 53, there is some commercial zoning in there already from back in the day when 42 was the only way to get to Louisville. You see that a lot of times on intersections of state roadways like that. And so the other reason is we've actually fielded probably a half a dozen phone calls on that property alone about the potential for that to go commercial. So just from generating input from not only the landowner, but also people saying, maybe it's a gas station, maybe it's a coffee shop, something of that nature. the future land use there we thought would be a good commercial. Once again, doesn't mean in the next 5 years that that's going to go commercial, doesn't automatically change the zoning. It just gives some flexibility, and you'll see on the next, or in a couple slides, the reason behind kind of looking at those changes. A couple other areas, and a lot of these were just cleanup where either it was on there as future subdivision and subdivisions have been built, or you start to look at areas when subdivisions get built, you start to look at infill development. So you've got a subdivision here and a subdivision here, and you've got nothing here. Well, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to go, well, guess what probably is going to happen is subdivision there. So a lot of these, the Jericho Road, and then you'll see Holly Gibson in a second, are basically because either neighborhoods have been built and we had to change the future land use to reflect that, or you start to look at possible infill development there because there's subdivisions that are already in. So you can see those highlighted here. The Red Pen landfill that we have talked about and has been in question is this area right here. That is not proposed to be changed from what it currently is. And we know it hasn't been developed. That parcel file for Red Pen Landfill has over 1,300 pages of information on it. So unless somebody in our office completely doesn't even look at the file if somebody comes in, I think everybody's got the opportunity to know that there's some stuff on that site that other entities such as the EPA and Superfund regulations are going to dictate far more than our comprehensive plan would dictate. And once again, I'll put this slide on here a second time because people are going to think that all of their zoning has changed because of this future land use. The future land use map does not change existing zoning. Okay? What the future land use map does provides options for owners of properties without stripping them of their existing property rights. So you can be a farm owner and you can continue to farm your land, but also that same farm owner that decides that they don't want to farm anymore and the family doesn't want to farm and wants to sell to a developer still possibly has that right to do so. So it doesn't strip anybody of their existing property rights, but also provides them some options as an owner of a property. It gives the community and its residents a general idea of what to expect. If we look at this future land use map, we can maybe start to expect what type of development may occur in certain areas of the county. And then it makes decision making a little less arbitrary. And with that, I'm done talking. You can listen to Anna for just a little bit. Thank you.
Anna Barge, Senior Planner. My section is much quicker than Ryan's. So I'm going to go over the population data. We updated this using the U.S. Census Bureau and the University of Louisville's Population Center data. So I'm sure you're not surprised to see that the county has grown since the year 1830. We are, as of the 2020 census, up to 67,607, but I believe we are over 70,000 or around 70,000 now. Oldham County is ranked number 8th in overall growth out of all the counties in Kentucky from 2010 to 2020. And they're ranked number 7, or we are ranked number 7 in Kentucky in percent change of growth from 2010 to 2020. What that means is, you know, a county of 500 people that grow to 1,000 people, you know, that percentage is going to be a lot different than a county of 65,000 that grows to 70,000. So the fastest growing city in the county is Crestwood, growing by 1,600 residents or 36.5% from that 2010 to 2020 census, and LaGrange is number 2. So by the population projections, the county is expected to surpass 85,000 in population between the year 2035 and 2040. So here's those population projections, and this is from the U of L data center. So as you can see, in between 2030 and 2035 is when we're expected to hit that 80,000. So for the population characteristics in 2020, Oldham County's percent of population over the age of 65 was 15.1%, which is an increase from the 2010 census of 9.2%, but still considerably lower than the state percentage of 17.8%. However, our median age for the county is higher than the state's, so ours is 39 and the state's is 38.1. We do expect that based on the population pyramid data, which is in the plan that I pulled from the Census Bureau, if you go to data.census.gov, you can get look up the county's profile in the search bar, and it's really a lot of great information. So based on the population distribution, we have a large proportion of people that are between the ages of 40 and 60. So over the next 20 to 25 years, we do expect to see a significant increase in the number of residents over the age of 65 if they choose to stay in Oldham County. And, you know, because our county is so healthy, people do typically live longer here. So housing, you know, this comes up a lot. The 2016 housing needs assessment, which was completed by the Kentucky Housing Corporation, found that Oldham County has the highest rate of home ownership and the lowest rate of renters, which those kind of go hand in hand. And then according to the Census Bureau, the Oldham County's median housing unit value in 2022 was $375,000, almost double the state's value of $192,300. I'm sure that number is closer to $400,000 now. So for a first-time buyer, this county is almost impossible to buy in. So the median household income in this county is $121,491. If you compare that to Jefferson County, our neighbor, or even Shelby County, which Shelby County is around 80 to 85,000, I believe, or the state of Kentucky, we're significantly higher than all of our surrounding counties. Additionally, our poverty level is low, which isn't surprising because our median household income is high. So on to community facilities and services. We kind of went over this with, my time just ran out.
Sorry, Anna.
We'll extend another 10 minutes here. Can you handle it in 10 minutes?
I'll.
All right, any objection to that? Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm going to be fast on the community facilities. Those are emergency services, libraries, and parks. It's important to have these so that we can maintain a good quality of life in Oldham County. So we have our fire protection, law enforcement, we have emergency management and dispatch, and parks and recreation, all which contributed to our plan. So we just will be adding another park, but right now the total acres is 461 acres, and we manage a lot of different facilities, which is fantastic. We also have golf courses. And then we have our library. So if you haven't been to the Gosham Library, I highly recommend stopping by there. It is beautiful, new library. And then schools. I'm going to go a little bit more into detail on this because I think a lot of people like to look to schools, and for our future development purposes, schools are very important. So we have several improvements going on in the county, some which have started and some which are ongoing. So we also have school capacity standards. I believe we are the only county in the state to have any kind of school capacity standards. This means we treat our schools like a utility to prevent the overcrowding of schools. So, you know, especially as the development of our county happened really quickly, we wanted to make sure our schools were not overcrowded. So when a development comes in, if it's single family, they can have up to 35 units per year built. So the school board looks at all, they have a fancy formula, and they look at all the developments that have already been approved for that zoning district or that school zone district, and then they use that formula to determine how many units per year. I've seen 28, I've seen 35, but 35 is the max. For multifamily, they can have up to 75 units per year. So these are the school enrollment projection numbers. We have 2024 to 2025, and then we have 25 and 26, 26 and 27, and then 27 and 28. So as you can see, the numbers are really stagnating as, you know, new families can't afford to move to this county with young children. People are having less children or no children, and then, you know, we have less people raising their grandchildren in this county because as the county is aging, you know, the people who have kids are either out of the K through 12 system for a while or just getting out of it. So now on to environment. So this section was written by various contributors in the county, including the health department, and I believe maybe our county engineer maybe contributed to the section as well. So soil types, like somebody said, we do have 74.8% of soil types are with severe limitations in the county. Keep in mind, this is a guide, not our zoning ordinance. So this is not where regulations on parcel size belong. Also topography, so we have, as many of you are familiar with the county, the areas of steep slope, that's this map on the left, and that dark brown are the areas of steep slope. It's probably not surprising to you where those are located. And the state of Kentucky is well known for the karst geology across the state. We have the Mammoth Caves and many other cave systems and a lot of limestone. As you can see, we are not very high potential for karst geology, but obviously we have more than, say, eastern Kentucky. We also have some flood-prone areas due to the Ohio River being a severe-prone area, and then we have moderate flood potential for these areas. And the source is FEMA, the 2006 flood insurance study. And then we also have regulations when it comes to stormwater. We have our county stormwater coordinator, which is our county engineer, and we have state and federal regulations when it comes to flood-prone areas. So here's our contributors for this section. It includes the health department. They're not on here, but and we have Jim Silliman's picture on here, and then MSD, Louisville Water, and LaGrange Utilities. So on to transportation. Somebody said that the Highway 53 project was not included on there, but if you look at the map that's in our comprehensive plan, it is on there. So it's important to note that our transportation is really important when we look at future development, getting people to places safely. I believe the county adopted the Safe Streets for All action plan, action plan. So streets and sidewalks are maintained by KYTC, the Oldham County Road Department, City of Crestwood, and LaGrange Public Works, with 360 miles maintained by Oldham County. So that's a lot of just regular maintenance and snow maintenance as well lately. 41 miles maintained by the City of LaGrange and 20 miles maintained by the City of Crestwood. So roads and development have a close relationship. Transportation improvements may be needed because of increased growth. An example of that is the Planning Commission approved an apartment development kind of at the corner of Hounds Lane and 22, but there was infrastructure improvements needed, so they agreed to contribute $300,000 to intersection improvements. And that was due to the information from the traffic study that we required them based on the traffic generation numbers of the developments. So this is, part of the process that we do require improvements at intersections due to the data that supports it from developers. And then transportation improvements may generate may stimulate additional growth. And then lastly, uncoordinated transportation improvements or deteriorating roads may limit growth. So there's different road classifications, including interstate, arterial, collector, or local. And then we have some Oldham County transportation projects. Here's that map I was telling you about. And for those who struggle to see this, this is that 53 that I just mentioned. So it is in here. This is the 6-year highway plan. And just because it's on this plan does not mean it's going to be done in the next 6 years. It may be 20 years from now, if anyone's familiar with that happening to any projects before. But anyway, these are just in the state plan, and this makes it easier for the state to implement these projects funding-wise. So transportation, one thing that's important is complete streets and safe streets and roads for all. That means any road user, whether they bike, they walk, they roll, or they're in a car, can get places safely. The solid waste section was contributed to by Becky Zocklin before she retired. Many of you are familiar with the solid waste and recycling program, so I'm going to go through that quickly. Lastly, we have that tourism section that's more than just a paragraph. And goes and talks about how important tourism is for our county, so they can spend money and then they can leave or come back. Anyway, so according to the data we have $50.4 million in direct tourism spending, and this helps support local jobs, and this is through that hotel occupancy tax, whether it's short-term rentals or actual hotels. People come and visit the restaurants. They come and see the train going down the road right here. Tourism can be a great thing. So I will hand it over to Ryan, and I finished in less than 10 minutes.
All right. So 2 more slides. I talked about the Brownsboro master plan earlier, so said that was still in the plan and where it would be located. So in section 9, we now have a new supplemental resources section. So that contains any type of maybe traffic study, any type of master plan, such as the Crestwood one, such as the Brownsboro master plan, our Greenways master plan, all of our various watershed master plans for Floyd's Fork and Curry's Fork. All of that is kind of the one-stop shop that we put that in as supplemental resources to know that if anybody chooses to try to develop or do anything in any of the areas that would be covered by these, that those are still areas that we're going to touch on. Those are going to be brought up in our pre-application meetings, and they're going to be brought up at TRC and brought up at the Planning Commission to ensure compliance with all those various plans. We don't spend a lot of money on these various traffic studies that we do to then hopefully not pay attention to what things that are said in there. So as we look at development on Commerce Parkway, we look at things that happen on Highway 22, we would want to account for all of these various plans that are going to be stored in this kind of one-stop shop area. And then the best slide, the one that says thank you. I'm done talking for a minute.
All right, thank you. Good job. All right, I'm going to propose that we take a 10 to 15-minute break here. We'll say 10 for sure, but if you can get back here before 15, we can resume. All right? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
and Ryan, either
Mm-hmm.
one. Is it easier to get permitted?
Is there a motion that we go back into session?
I'll make that motion.
Second. All in favor? All right, meeting will resume. We will pick up now with testimony from those who would like to respond to the presentation made by the Planning Commission. If there's anybody who would like to stand in, I guess we'll say support, probably. Anybody want to stand in support what they heard, or most of you want to talk in opposition to some aspect of it? That's what I'm assuming. So,
Judge, it might be appropriate if you swear them all in.
yeah, that's what I'm going to do.
Well, and before you get there, Judge, I do want to remind the magistrates that what is before you today for consideration is not the plan elements. It is the goals and objectives of the comprehensive plan is what you all have to vote on at the end of this. So while Ryan and Anna talked about a lot of the plan elements, those have been adopted by the Planning Commission as a part of the plan. The way the statute reads, it's KRS 100-197, what is presented to the planning unit, and so that goes to the incorporated cities and also to the county on the unincorporated parts of the county, is for consideration is the goals and objectives. So when listening to the testimony that you're going to hear, you need to be thinking about how the interplay with that as it relates to the goals and objectives. Okay, so I wanted to clarify that as we go forward, because that's what is to be considered by the court.
All right, thank you. Now, I'd like to ask everyone who plans to speak here to please stand, and our clerk will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I'm going to go in order based on how you were signed in. If you did not sign in, we will. You'll have the opportunity to come forward after we get through the people who have signed in. First is Barry Laws.
Again, we ask you to state your name and address.
Barry Laws, Constable. Could I do the overhead?
Does Constable have anything to do with your presentation here today?
Just has to do with I don't have to give my address because I'm an elected official. That's all.
Is that true, Mr. Baxter?
Mr. Laws, are you a resident of Oldham County?
Oh, yes, I am. That's how I got elected constable.
All right.
May I have the overhead, please?
Overhead. I think, is it on?
And I thank you for clarifying this is about the goals and objectives. That's really important because we didn't hear about the goals and objectives. I'm going to ask you all to do 3 motions at the end of this. The first one is to reintroduce the 2021 language of goal LU-4 and the objective LU-4-1. I'll go over that in a minute. The second motion is to create an additional goal with objectives highlighting the need for more citizen involvement in all decisions Oldham County. This will require a civilian board to improve government messaging to fully inform and involve Oldham County citizens. And the third one was what I talked about before, is the language that's used in the document. I wanted all instances of should and encourage, which is used 57 times, to be changed to ensure. And again, ensure has been used in the document, so there's no reason it can't be used in this document. So, why? Why do we want the 2021 Comprehensive Plan and Goal and Objectives? It was stripped from this document. And if you can read this, it's very specific. It accommodates citizen involvement. It ensures that citizens can receive adequate information. It's important to facilitate and encourage public participation in the development review process. Public participation helps assure the decision makers have full understanding of the issues. And it goes on to talk about hold hearings and meetings that are publicized broadly and well in advance, well organized, informal, informational, and educational about proposals, and structured to gather feedback and input from the public regarding the proposal. Also says seeks out new public participation techniques to attract public interest in community planning and development. All of this is about community involvement. This was stripped from this document. It's interesting to note that the word citizen was cut 50% in this document, from 22 times down to 11 times. The reason this is important is this LU4, goal LU4 and objectives were written by Oldham Countyans for Oldham County in our previous our current comprehensive plan. To go ahead and strip this, because there might be words alluding to something in the KSR, is not a reason to strip something from our document. That ensures that the civilians of this county have a say in what goes on, because this comprehensive plan is ours as well. If I could have the overhead back on again, please. Sorry. So this is from their survey. If you can see the top there, do you feel adequately informed about local government initiatives and plans? 67% said rarely or never feel informed about local government initiatives and plans. That's a stunning number to me. I don't know about you, but that's really stunning. And only 7% said they always or often feel informed about government initiative and plans. And that's why my second motion was to put into our comprehensive plan a civilian review board to actually get meeting notes and everything out to the public. I know there's certain things we do, and they do a good job of certain things, but this is very important for our county. And the third, we've already gone through the should encourage and ensure. And again, in the objective LU-1-1, utilize the development review process to ensure that future land uses are compatible. So this is what we're using now. We're saying we want to ensure that future land uses are compatible. That was changed to new development should be compatible. I'm sorry, that has a total different ring to it, and it has a total different responsibility, accountability, and certainty about it. So if those three things could be added, I'd be very pleased, and I appreciate your time. Any questions? Thank you.
Amanda Dreckman.
Amanda Dreckman. I live in Crestwood, Kentucky. I first want to thank Fiscal Court for approving the purchase of the 225 acres that will become Stewart Park. Numerous studies have shown that spending time in nature improves both mental and physical health. The park will benefit generations of Oldham Countyans. The results of the survey at the May public stakeholder meetings clearly indicate that the stakeholders prioritize preserving farmland, open spaces, promoting agriculture and agritourism, and environmental sustainability. This is nothing new. In a 1999 What's Happening in Oldham County, Judge Executive Black said, the comment I hear most often is one we can all agree with. Let's not ruin Oldham County. A 2003 article in Roundabout discussed how Oldham County residents were concerned about issues they said threatened the quality of life, including rapid growth's impact on the county's infrastructure, environment, and rural heritage. This was written in 1999 by Kurt Mason. He was the district conservationist. It still applies today. Oldham County is one of the fastest growing counties, or one of Kentucky's fastest growing counties. As you look around the changing landscapes, it's really apparent that the county is in a growth mode. Grain and dairy farms are being converted to houses and fourplexes at an alarming rate. Green fields that were met by a blue horizon are now lined with gray and green rooftops. Chemically treated lawns have replaced pasture and hay fields. During the process of transformation from an agricultural to a suburban landscape, more has been lost than the traditional agricultural crops and green pastures. Somewhere between the cows and the rows of houses, we have lost and still are losing tons of soil. Most of this soil has entered our waterways, choking aquatic habitats, clogging ditches, and becoming a nuisance in our roads and streets. The updated comprehensive plan has many issues with inappropriate, vague, and weak wording that make the comprehensive plan a weaker guideline for developing subdivision regulations and zoning ordinance that should preserve, protect, and/or accomplish what residents prioritize. These are a few of the many issues. Goal E-2 says in part, allow site development that does not adversely impact environmental features and resources. The word allow basically makes this goal meaningless. It does not disallow development that does adversely impact environmental features and resources. The word require instead of allow would better express the intent of the goal and make it more powerful. This is under Objective LU-1-3. Encourage preservation of land for agricultural use when it does not infringe upon the development rights of property owners. First of all, the second part about infringing on the development rights, I don't think it's necessary for the goal. And to me, it seems to contradict or negate the definition and purpose of zoning. Also, zoning decisions infringe upon the development rights of property owners to some extent. And I wonder if attorneys could use this part of the objective to argue that any denial of a zoning change or subdivision plan would infringe on the development rights of a client. Objective E-1-1 says in part, best management practices should be used on an individual development sites to control soil erosion into lakes and streams. The word should makes it sound as though it's up to the developer or builder to decide whether or not to use best management practices. If state or county regulations or ordinances require the use of best management practices, the comprehensive plan must use the word must. When pertaining to environmental protection, which also benefits human health and quality of life, the use of the word should is not appropriate. Objective E-2-1, it concerns areas with sensitive slopes. Oldham County considers slopes of 30% or more to be steep or sensitive, but many other counties use 20 or 25%. The revised draft of Outlook 2020 considered slopes of greater than 18% to be steep. From Bowling Green's website, steep slopes are characterized as any slope exceeding 10%. Conservation zoning was removed from the land use map and lumped together with agricultural. Environmentally sensitive sites with streams, ponds, woodlands, steep slopes, karst topography, and endangered species need special protections. The zoning ordinances and subdivision regulations need to be changed to reflect that. Many of the goals and objectives are the same or similar to those in previous plans, which have not resulted in adequate protection of what residents love about the county, nor have they resulted in the vision statement being a reality. For example, Outlook 2020, adopted in 2002, encouraged the use of conservation design, yet there are few conservation design subdivisions 23 years later. They play an important role in achieving sustainable growth. There was a 2022 Lane Report article titled Oldham County, Exploding with New Development. Is this really what we want our beautiful county to be known for? And Oldham County is already the 6th most densely populated county in Kentucky. I have loved Oldham County since I was a child during the 1960s and want the vision statement to be a reality. Planners need to listen to what residents want use the SWOT analysis and study the comprehensive plans of Franklin and Fayette counties. They are so different from this plan. Also, hiring a consultant would be beneficial. Please vote no today, or get an extension and do whatever is in your power to request that planners create a more effective comprehensive plan that will better protect the health, safety, and well-being of Oldham Countyans and what they love about their county. I realize that growth will happen, but it's up to county leaders to make decisions that will result in smart, sustainable growth. Thank you.
I believe it says A.C. Blake. Don Erler.
Afternoon. Don Erler, a proud citizen of Oldham County. Oldham County is quietly amazing, but how is that changing? Kentucky has 120 counties, each with its own legacy. Oldham County is the richest. Many of Oldham County's residents moved here from Jefferson County. They moved here to avoid busing, air pollution, traffic, and urban sprawl. They came to Oldham County for open spaces, larger yards, and clean jobs. They came because Oldham County had better schools and a better comprehensive plan than Bullitt, Hardin, Tremble, and all the other counties near us. What is changing? What is changing is Oldham County's comprehensive plan. It was last updated in 2021, and it's due under state statute to be updated every 5 years. It's mandatory under statutes because it forms the basis of our zoning regulations. Each of you, as the Oldham County Fiscal Court, are set to vote on the revised plan today. The proposed changes of the plan will guide all future planning and zoning decisions. Some of the proposed changes seem to intend to make Oldham County become more like Jefferson County. No one in Oldham County wants that. We must ensure that does not happen. Ryan Fisher, in his comments about the proposed new plan, and this is in writing, and I'll quote, "A key objective of the comprehensive plan is to foster active community involvement. And by encouraging residents to participate in the planning process, we aim to create a plan that truly reflects the values and aspirations of Oldham County's diverse population. Of the committees assembled to consider economic development, public safety, transportation, parks and libraries, and utilities, none had any resident members, not a single committee. The steering committee had a couple of resident members, but seldom had a meeting. If that is true, why didn't the committees who helped him develop the new plan have citizen members? Why did 67% of those who commented say they were rarely or never informed about local government incentives and plans? Why did 74% of respondents say their land use priorities were for preserving farmland and open spaces when the plan calls for increasingly more residential, commercial, and industrial development? How did the Planning and Zoning Department get renamed Planning Development? Words matter. Don't get me wrong, Ryan Fisher and his staff have worked very hard to draft this proposed comprehensive plan. They did a remarkable job with the limited resources at their disposal, but their efforts fell short. Each of you is magistrates. Magistrate Likens, Magistrate Trice, Magistrate Woosley, Magistrate, what is your name? Jeffries, Magistrate Towns, Magistrate Hawkins, Magistrate Dye, Magistrate Logston, and you, Judge Vogel. Each of you know this is the time to get it right. Do more than encourage Oldham County to stay quietly amazing. Ensure that it stays that way with a better comprehensive plan. You have a $40+ million operating budget. You have a $70+ million overall budget. Hire some professional consultants to draft a real comprehensive plan we can all be proud of, and one that will permit us to measure our progress and the results over the next 5 years. Thank you.
That's all the residents that signed in. So if you'd like to speak, please just come forward to the podium and state your name and address, or name or address.
Mary Lowry, 326 Maple Avenue. So my apologies, Anna, the 53 transportation, the 53 road proposed changes are in the comp plan. So thank you for that. Thanks for pointing that out. The changing in the maps, Ryan. So the explanation of zoning requires conservation and ag to be the same and do not need to be differentiated. Does that mean that I can develop a piece of land on a steep slope in what I see as a conservation application as I do a piece of flat tillable ground? I believe these need differentiation and protection. Topography is vastly different. In the goals and objectives of land use, number 1, part of that is providing for planned and orderly growth to protect land from premature or unsuitable development. The zoning is the same. What's the difference in what's going to happen to those two pieces of ground? Secondly, in the environmental goals and objectives, number 3, protect and enhance the Ohio River corridor and its tributaries as a valued county natural resource. For septic, community facility goals and objectives, number 2 is, as we talked about, should be at least 1.5 acres for septic tank, if not 3. Number 2 says plan, establish guidelines, and coordinate efforts with community services organizations for the appropriate levels of capacity and service for sewage disposal. And number 6, we talked about water and fire protection. Again, community facilities, goals and objectives. Number 2, plan, establish guidelines, and coordinate efforts with community services organizations for the appropriate level of capacity for fire protection. So again, if I have a barn and I live up here and their house is built right here, is there adequate fire protection to protect my barn there when these houses are going to use more water? We've had total losses of barns and houses in Oldham County, and I believe the fire protection needs to be addressed in the Oldham County Comprehensive Plan. So thank you, guys.
Or anyone else who would like to address the court? All right, thank you. We'll close the comments from the opposition, and we'll allow the planning director and Anna, staff, if they'd like to respond to any of the comments made.
Yes, I've got a few responses. First one, I think we covered already the LU4 language, and once again, that KRS requires the notice requirements that we have to meet. It requires us to notify people within a set area of time, as well as provide that notice and advance notice. Our staff, ever since I've taken over, our goal has always been, and for those of you that receive our monthly agendas, know that well before the beginning of the month, we send out our monthly agendas. Magistrate Woosley always posts his monthly agendas almost immediately to his Facebook page. So once again, as far as notice from our department and getting messaging out there, now getting people here to speak before the Board of Adjustments if they have an issue, or the Planning Commission, I don't know how you expect me to accomplish that unless you give me a white panel van and tell me to go pick the people up and bring them here. And I hope you're not going to do that. So at the end of the day, we try everything in our power, with the exception of flying a Goodyear blimp over Oldham County, to get individuals who may have a vested interest in a certain project to get here. And that's through that notice that KRS already requires that we do. The civilian review board he brings up has nothing to do with the comprehensive plan. If that's something that we'd like to talk about going forward, I'm more than happy to do that, but that has nothing to do with this comprehensive plan and a motion that shouldn't even be made today. It has nothing to do with the comprehensive plan. The word ensure, if you look in the comprehensive plan, and the word ensure is used in there, if you look at the times that ensure is used, it is used in things that we as planning and development can affect. And so to ensure that our Oldham County regulations are up to date, that's something that we do. So we're going to ensure that that's done. If we get a new regulation, we're going to ensure that's posted promptly. We're to ensure that our regulations for signage, that's another one where the word ensure is used. So if you look at the times the word ensure is used in the comprehensive plan, he's right, but it's things that are directly affectable by us as a planning and zoning staff or us as county government, not in other areas. Citizen, he is right, that word has been changed. It's been changed to the word residence. So he did not let you know that citizen has just simply been changed out to the word resident, which I guess we can bring the dictionary back out again, but whether or not that means the same thing. And so once again, that word is still in there. It's just used in a different fashion. He didn't bother to do that search and tell you that it's still in there used as the word resident. And then any type of statistical analysis, and I'm a big statistics geek. If you see my monthly reports, you know that I'm all about the graphs and the spreadsheets. And so anytime you do statistical analysis, when you look at a response of a community that back in 2020 had 67,000 people, and you take the response of 407 individuals, of which over half of those were from one zip code, 40031, and we know the events that were going on back in May to get those statistics to be what they are, okay? Not that that's not important, but you also have to take that into account when doing any type of statistical analysis. Those are called outliers for a reason. And so you look at that type of analysis when you look at those results of the study. Going into that, we'd hoped we'd get a good cross-examination of everybody in the county who was engaged in this process to give us responses. But at the end of the day, they're asking us to make a determination for an entire county-wide comprehensive plan based off of 407 inputs from only people that over half were from 40031 zip code. I don't believe that's how you do statistical analysis. And if anybody like to say otherwise, I guess they're more than welcome to. But in any type of statistical class that I've ever taken, that's not how you do that. Couple other responses. The Franklin County plan, I'll go ahead and touch on this real quick since we brought this up multiple times. If I could get the overhead real quick. So the Franklin County Comprehensive Plan, when we looked at the comprehensive plans of different communities around us, Franklin County has recently redone theirs. Bullitt County has redone theirs. Jeffersonville, Indiana did theirs a few years ago. And we looked at all of these and we looked at the verbiage that they use. Now, this is Franklin County's comprehensive plan, and you can see the highlighted words now. Now, this was done with a consultant. Bullitt County's was not. Bullitt County did have a design firm that simply makes their plan look real pretty. At the end of the day, Franklin County was the only one that physically used a consultant out of Ohio, no telling how much money they paid for that, to make their plan look like this. And I'll just let you all read those words and tell me if those words in that document are much different than what you see in ours. So for the amount of money that we would spend on a consultant to do a plan, those words look pretty darn close to the ones that we use in our plan. And I won't just leave it at one page. I'll go to the next one. Prioritize, provide, promote. Very few words in their plan, and I could go through if I had time and I'd show you Bullitt County's plan. I could show you Jeffersonville's plan that used the same type of words. Steep slopes, that was mentioned. Once again, we don't cover steep slopes within the future land use map. The regulations for steep slopes occur in our subdivision regulation. The question was, can you develop land on steep slopes? Yes, you can. But as a developer, guess what you've got to do? You've got to do more fill and you've got to do more protection. So developers don't want to do that because guess what? It's going to cost them more money and they're not going to make any money on their development. But you can develop in areas that have steep slopes. You can develop in areas that have floodplain. You've got to mitigate those. Those are covered in our subdivision regulations, not within the comprehensive plan, not within the future land use map are those things covered. The The one change that we talked about the recommendation on, I think it was worded about infringing on a landowner's rights. So that was not in the original plan that our staff posed. That was actually a change that was recommended by a member of our SRC committee. And if anybody was at SRC, they can vouch for that one of the SRC members wanted that change to be done. It passed, and Planning Commission passed it. So that's what's before you today. So to assume that the planning staff came up with that particular objective about infringing on landowner's rights, that's inaccurate. That's the plan that's before you today, because the process that it's gone through, the Study Review Committee and the Planning Commission have put that objective on your lap today. So that's where that one came from. We talked about all the other comprehensive plans that other counties use. In 3.5 years, I haven't gotten a call from any potential buyer in Oldham County, and there's some realtors up here that could speak to that on, man, I really want to see what their comprehensive plan is. Not a very important question. Mr. Erler mentioned Trimble counties. I don't believe Trimble County has a comprehensive plan. They don't have zoning ordinances, so they don't have a comprehensive plan. Also, I'm a little taken aback by his statement that nobody on any of the focus groups or steering committees are Oldham County residents. The last time I checked, our sheriff lives in Oldham County. A lot of the people that served on our focus groups, and I'll let you all go through the list, you all know that those are people that live within Oldham County. Just because a certain individual wasn't asked to be on a focus group does not mean that we didn't take into account the people that live and work here for our Oldham County Water Department and our economic development staff, as our sheriffs and as our fire chiefs and everybody else don't live in this county. I'm a little taken aback at that, saying that we went and got a bunch of people from other counties to come in and make decisions. That is inaccurate and wrong. And one other one, and this is something Ms. Lowry just brought up. So water and fire protection, once again, in our subdivision regulations, we have very extensive and lengthy regulations on both water and fire protection. Those are all covered in TRC. If you ever watch a hearing, you'll see most of the time the fire chiefs, especially of South Oldham and LaGrange, are very active, and North Oldham, in our TRC hearings. And you'll see when new developments come in, they require fire hydrants to be put in, and those fire hydrants have to meet a certain gallons per minute. That is ensuring that those things are in place prior to the development, and that's covered in our regulations. It's again, not the comprehensive plan. That's covered in the regulations. So I think that's all I have a response to.
And I have something. All right, now I'll offer a chance to those who spoke in the order they were called previously to come up and, if they would like an opportunity to rebut anything that was just said by the Planning Commission.
Barry Laws. Don's point was the member on these boards were not GQ normal people that walk our streets. They're people from law enforcement, not pick anybody in the audience. That was his point. It wasn't that they didn't live in Oldham County. So that was a little odd for him to bring that up. I hesitate to bring this up, but the whole point of a comprehensive plan is in 5 years, we can see how it did. Am I wrong? I mean, isn't that what a plan's about? Oldham County is the biggest business in Oldham County. The government is. They provide services, they get money. So as such, why wouldn't they have a plan that's reflective of a business with time frames, like I want to accomplish this by then, right? That's in any normal plan. Only tourism and the road division, and I compliment them both, have plans with dates in them. At tourism, I can't remember what it was, but as of 5 years from now, we're going to increase X by 25%. That gives us something to shoot for. For him to use, to use civilians not coming or coming to events just speaks to the failure of goal LU4, right? I mean, if only 407 people sent in stuff, and you use the first part of the presentation to say how great a job we did, and we did this outreach and that outreach and this outreach, They did. You did. I was there. You did it. But it didn't work. So isn't the point of a goal is to come back, relook at it, revisit it, and say, hey, this goal, LU4, didn't work. We didn't get civilian involvement in this, citizen involvement, whatever you want to call them. How can we change this? How can we make it better? Instead, we take it out? That doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Any other questions?
Well, we were going to have, I was going to ask people to come forward in the manner in which they came forward earlier. Who was the next person? No, okay.
Correct.
Okay.
The mic's on. One clarification too. There was a change made at the SRC and in the Planning Commission by one individual member asking for language that said that does not infringe upon a property owner's rights. That particular individual will remain unnamed, but that individual has a lot of land to sell. And that's why that change was made. Don't know why, but it was made, voted on, and approved. So just want to make that clear. But again, as Barry said, we need a comprehensive plan we can measure. When it turns to 2030, and I hope I'll still be around to see it, we need to know whether or not our comprehensive plan worked. Did we set some goals and objectives that we can really measure? And what we have in here is a lot of suggestions, but nothing really very measurable. So, think about the plan and whether or not it really represents the desire of the residents or citizens of this county. That's really important. Thank you.
I want to say thank you to the Planning Commission for including, or Planning and Development for including conservation easements, the word conservation easements, and looking at conservation easements, identifying and understanding conservation easements in this comprehensive plan. Part of the vision statement that they've created is Oldham County preserves its rural character and natural environment by maintaining vistas and green spaces. And the citizens that choose to place their land voluntarily in a conservation easement largely contribute to this vision statement, and the county has to step in to do it as well. And just as was stated at the SRC meeting, that we don't want to infringe on landowners' rights. Landowners have the right in this document to develop within zoning regs, and they also have the right to put land and conservation easements within zoning regs. So we appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, that's everyone, and what's left in our normal procedure here would be final statements. Anybody, final statement from the opposition? Is there any final statement, or we pretty much had them there? I'll give anybody an opportunity who's in the opposition, who was sworn in. Were you sworn in? Okay, all right, okay. Pardon?
My biggest concern with much of what's been done
hold on
is...
a second,
Sorry.
Jennifer. Can she speak if she didn't originally speak?
Well, Judge, I mean, this is for final statement. I mean, no new points are supposed to be made. It's supposed to be a summation of the position of the opposition, and then Ryan would have an opportunity to make a final statement about his position about what he would ask you to do. But I'm not sure it's appropriate to have somebody in final statement get up and give new testimony.
Right. I think since you didn't speak earlier, I can't let you speak now. Okay, sorry. All right, we had to stick with the people who made their points earlier. If they wanted to remake them, that's fine. I think the three speakers that just came up, that was probably pretty much our summation, I think. I don't think, we're repeating ourselves at this point. And Ryan, I think, do you have anything you want to add, or Anna? Okay. All right, I'm going to close the public hearing then. We'll go on to the court now and see if there is a motion. First, let's get a motion on the floor. Is there a motion to approve the comprehensive plan as presented by the Planning Commission? Jeffries.
Yes, sir. I would like to move, at least to get it on the floor for discussion, that we approve ordinance number KOC 25-910-518, an ordinance repealing and replacing the existing Oldham County Comprehensive Plan. And whereas the Oldham County Fiscal Court has the authority pursuant to provisions of KRS 67-100 and other applicable law to adopt and amend ordinances, and whereas the Oldham County Planning Zoning Commission did adopt the Oldham County Comprehensive Plan, including the goals and objectives statement and plan elements on October 9th, 2025, and whereas by law, Oldham County Planning and Zoning Commission is required to review the comprehensive plan every 5 years, and upon review, make recommendations to fiscal court for amendment, revision to the Oldham County Comprehensive Plan, and whereas Oldham County Fiscal Court did advertise and conduct a public hearing on the revised Oldham County Comprehensive Plan, and said fiscal court having voted to adopt said revised Oldham County Comprehensive Plan at its regular meeting conducted on November 18th, 2025. Now therefore be it ordained by the fiscal court of the County of Oldham, Commonwealth of Kentucky, that 1, the present goals and objectives of the Oldham County Comprehensive Plan adopted by ordinance 21-910-71 on February 16, 2021, in its entirety is hereby replaced. 2, the following is enacted as the Oldham County Comprehensive Plan, replacing the previous Oldham County Comprehensive Plan in its entirety, containing both the goals and objective statements and plan elements. And I would move that, Judge.
Second.
All right, moved and seconded. We support the comprehensive plan as presented. Discussion. Magistrate Howens.
Judge, when I went through the document and asked Director Fisher questions, to me, the focus groups should have been subject matter experts, and they were. If you look at the list of people that were in there, those are folks that are doing those jobs every day. I believe that if you were to ask in some of those positions a citizen to be part of those focus groups that's not a subject matter expert, it may be difficult for them to articulate exactly what needs to be done because they're not doing the job. An example would be if they were somebody in the focus group for law enforcement, they may say, well, we need to hire 20 more police officers. A lot of us may agree with that, but we have to work within the confines of the fiscal responsibilities that we have. We all can agree that we probably need to better. There's some public safety services we probably need to enhance. And there's probably some things with watershed that we probably need to enhance. But we're using the subject matter experts that we have that are in those jobs and filling those roles. Mary Lowry and others brought up about the fire protection piece. And it is a goal and objective. It's a goal and objective every day for the fire service to be better. I've been doing it for over 30 years. Our goal and objective is to always do it better, always buy better equipment if we can afford it, and always encourage development to have fire hydrants and fire suppression. Some of these buildings, and we talked about this in a previous meeting, that have been built, they're built on farms. They may have not gotten permits. And the fire department in some cases didn't even know that some of those buildings existed until they were on fire. That's not a dig on anybody. That's just the way it is, and that happens. I don't know, Mr. Fisher can probably speak to this. I don't know what the size of a building you can build in an agricultural environment where you don't have to necessarily go through all the permitting process, or Magistrate Jeffries can probably speak to that. The ways of communication that people have brought up, we talk about this, folks, on a regular basis. If you have suggestions on how the court can better communicate some of these things, let us know. I received an email from a gentleman, and I responded back to his email. I appreciated his email. But when I sent the email back, it got bounced. It said this email address is not receiving emails. What am I supposed to do? And we talk about using social media. I think over 50% of the court was in the last CAECO meeting, and then a PR person and other elected officials said, please do not run your county on social media. Specifically, he called it the F word, Facebook. We try to put stuff out there. We have the Oldham Mayor judge makes a comment every once in a while about the Oldham Mayor is published once a week. Not picking on the Oldham Mayor, it just is what it is. We don't have a radio station except for Chris McGill's group that he's doing. He's doing a great job with that. Judge, maybe when you're no longer the judge in a period of time, you can start your own TV station. You used to do that in the past. You know, maybe we could have our own TV station. I don't know. But we are interested in looking at ways to communicate these things. Those of us, we laugh about the mail. And if you've seen all the stories about the mail, when Ryan mails stuff out, used to be when I was in code enforcement, we got our packet mailed to us, and they would mail it on Thursday. Our meeting was on Tuesday, and I was hoping to get the packet by Monday. Not that far from LaGrange to Pee Wee Valley. So just a couple of comments to that. I want to commend the Planning and Zoning Planning and Development Group for their work on this document. I think a lot of the magistrates I know have read it because we've talked about it. There are some pieces of it that, yeah, it's difficult to read because we would like to see some things done differently, but we're at the confines of what we have to work with. The document is a guide, and Mr. Baxter and I had a conversation about what pieces are we're supposed to vote on, and it is the goals and objectives. And so that's where I focused a lot of my effort, and you can ask Mr. Fisher about the number of questions that I asked him, and some of them he would think he was getting frustrated because I think I asked the same questions maybe other magistrates asked. A lot of questions were asked to get to today's point, and again, I just appreciate the effort of the Planning and Development Group.
Anybody else like Mr. Woosley?
I have several, so you might want to come up because some of these are going to be for you. But I do want to say one comment to what Magistrate Hounds just talked about. When you talk about a goal of Oldham County should be to have better ways to communicate, what you just said. And I think the request is, shouldn't that be a goal? Shouldn't that be something that we're working toward, is to better communicate, to better get the word out to our residents? And what Mr. Laws has asked for is to create a goal with that language in mind, of that should be something that we're all working toward, is to better communicate. So that's my comment on that. But Mr. Fisher, I've got several that have been talked about today, specific goals that I want to talk to you about. One of those was goal E-2, which was discussed about the site development has the word allowed instead of should have the word disallowed. So I'd like for you to address that.
You said E2?
E2, yes. Well, it should be the word required instead of just allow.
Get a page on
Goal E2.
what page are you on? Got the page number.
I don't have a page. It's goal E2.
Get to it here, it'll be a lot easier up on the screen.
Right there.
This one?
Yes.
Okay, so what was your question again?
Shouldn't that be either disallow or require, instead of just allow site development that does not adversely impact environmental features or resources? That comment was made today by a speaker, so.
Right. I mean, that could, the way it's worded is, so allow site development when it does not adversely impact environmental features and resources or air quality, and minimizes noise and lighting impacts to and from adjacent and nearby uses.
Shouldn't we require site developments that does not adversely impact environmental features?
You can't require site development. You can,
I mean, that's the hard part is they can figure out ways to mitigate those. But, and once again, this is, and if the county attorney wants to chime in on the use of the word require, is at what point does it make it where that can't be done? Like, so you can have lighting, but then you can use mitigation things such as shielding to ensure that that lighting doesn't impact your neighbors. If you require site development can't adversely impact all of those, then you pretty much say you can't have any site lighting at all. So that's where it gets into that verbiage is very difficult. And once again, this being in the comprehensive plan, that stuff, when we require that, would be within our lighting regulations, our environmental regulations that are within the subdivision regulations. So I don't disagree.
How do you define diversely impacts?
Adversely impact?
Adverse, yeah, sorry.
So I mean, if you're lighting, for instance, so you let's just say it's a commercial occupancy that comes up. And the lighting, so here's a good example, Cedar Point Road and 146. So the Buckner Point Storage, when it first opened, that community that's right behind there, Cedar Point Village, when their lighting was turned on at night, and once again, this is something hard for us to do because we don't work at night, but the residents were like, hey, the lights are shining in our back doors. And so we're able to go out and say, hey, look, you need to, well, first off, the plan itself would have ensured that they had to follow a landscaping and lighting plan. So that would be the first area that we would have to ensure that that's not adversely impacted. You have to provide a lighting diagram to show the lighting disbursement. The problem is when the installer goes out there, they're going to put the light up. At the end of the day, they're like, okay, the light's up, our job is done. So those residents contacting the office were saying, hey, you know, the lighting is impacting our neighborhood. So code enforcement goes out, talks to the owner, hey, you need to rent a bucket truck, get the lighting fixed, and then we ensure that. So I don't disagree on your language. I just think that requirement needs to come in a different area rather than the comp plan goal and objective.
Okay.
So
on E21, which was the same one.
Okay.
And I know that you said that's in the subdivision plan, but you talk about it on here about slopes, and we define it as 30%. I made notes that other counties had 20 to 25%, and the standard was 18. So is that something, why did you pick 30%?
Well, I don't know if Jim Silliman wants to come up and answer that. That's more his area, so I don't want to step on his feet, and I don't want to also just call him up not expecting to, but I think that's an answer that he's probably more readily going to have for you on slopes and why 30% is the number.
So where 30% came from, I can't tell you. I think it's a legacy number that's been used for a while. But I agree with Ryan in the sense that, so when I'm reviewing plans, whether it's for the site development, for the geometry of the road, we have a separate set of regulations in the Oldham County subdivision regulations, in general design standards with AASHTO that we're reviewing. So a road may have a maximum of 10% for a certain distance. So that dictates what a developer is going to be able to do with that 30%. Like Ryan said, whether he's got to cut and fill or mitigate that slope. Is it worth their money to do that? Can they do it with appropriate permitting? Probably, but they have to go through those steps to meet these other regulations, which are inherently referenced through this. So we'll meet with Charlie Ward with the health department. Sometimes slopes are important for the sanitary septic systems and how those function. So we'll meet with Charlie looking at a preliminary subdivision plan and try and assess if the lots have enough flat area to accommodate a septic system. So again, when we get pulled into this, we've got other requirements other than just the 30% that might be listed in one document that we're comparing to.
You know, and in response to some of the things that have been brought up, looking at different slopes that different counties use in areas of steep slope and looking at possible changes there, looking at possible changes of requiring an acre and a half. That's something the health department has brought up, because on the acre minimum, that was initially established in order to have an area for a home, an area for a septic, and an area for a repair field. Well, we know the sizes of homes are increasing more than ever. Then everybody needs the ADU, and they need the pool house. An acre is really running out of that room. So that's something that we're obviously going forward as we look at possible changes to our subdivision regulations down the road, things that we would look at and things that we value that citizen input on, especially where there's other counties that maybe have made changes, or like we've seen Pee Wee Valley go ahead and pass the acre and a half minimum. So that's not something that we're opposed to having those conversations about, even neighborhoods in agricultural zoning, things of that nature, that we've had conversations with local residents through the course of this entire year about that. But those are changes that take place within the subdivision regulations, which would go forward through our study review committee process, which would go forward through the planning commission, and then ultimately come before you all part of a public process. So we're not inclined to just say, no, we don't like any of those. But once again, I think it's a different regulation that we need to look at changing.
Magistrate Likens.
Thank you. I'd like to ask Magistrate Woosley if he was talking about
Hang on.
30%.
He wasn't finished. Woosley still has the floor. Hang on a second. Woosley still has the floor. He wasn't finished. I thought he was.
And I'm taking that from a comment that was made today, the 30%. So
Land or roads?
slopes are 30%.
Of land or roads?
It's land, yeah.
Land?
Yeah.
Okay.
LU 1-3.
What are you asking us?
What?
He's going to pull it up here so we can.
There we go.
Okay, so that last line, encourage preservation of land for agricultural use when it does not infringe on the development rights of property owners. Doesn't every zoning infringe on the right of a property owner?
Essentially, I guess. This was the one that we were talking about that was added in at SRC by a particular member of the Planning Commission. And it got voted on and was approved, but.
Okay. I want to.
Well, and I'll answer that question this way. I'm sorry to cut you off, but does it infringe on the rights of the property owners? It's one of those things that's kind of a both and. A lot of people say, I don't want the government to tell me what to do with my land, but I would like the government to tell my neighbor what they can and can't do with their land when I don't agree with it. So I think sometimes it can be a both and situation there. We see that a lot.
Okay. Continue down my list. LU 4-1. And this was the citizen involvement. There's a difference between this one and the original one passed in 2021. Mm-hmm. I know you addressed it, but I want to hear your thoughts on why this was changed from the 2021 to 2025.
So I guess I really want to say that it wasn't necessarily changed. So we thought LU 4-1 is the way it was written, is already covered under KRS and we're already required to do. So unless we're going to break state law, I have to notify, and I have to notify within a set time frame based on whether it's a development plan, and I've got to just notify adjoining property owners. If it's a zoning map amendment, and I have to notify everybody within 500 feet, and that has to be for every case we have, TRC, Planning Commission, all of them. So that's already required by the KRS. It's essentially redundant language.
If KRS says that we're to notify adjoining property owners 30 days ahead, but Oldham County decides we want to do that differently. We want to do it 20 days ahead, and we want to do more than adjoining property owners. Wouldn't this be where that goal should be at?
Well,
So that we're not necessarily wrangled in by what state law says that we
Well,
can?
two things. One is you can't do something less restrictive. So if it was 30 days for the state, we couldn't do 20 days. That's number one. The first part of your example can't be done.
It's 30 days.
If the state says we have to give 30 days notice, Oldham can't.
No more than 30. No more than
Oldham
30
County
days,
can't
but we could do 20
Can't
days.
do 20. But regardless, the zoning ordinance and the subdivision regulations contain the criteria of how we do notice. It's spelled out in Division 380 of the zoning ordinance about what is required about neighborhood meetings, who has to be notified, and when that has to be done. So that's already set out. So from that perspective, that is the statute controls and the zoning ordinance controls how that is done. And if you want to change that, you would need to amend the zoning ordinance. Again, the comprehensive plan is a guide. The zoning ordinance controls how the zoning process takes place. So if you want to add notice, you should look at the zoning ordinance and make an amendment to the zoning ordinance.
And in addition to that, I mean, I'll just say too, we've tried to, within the last 6 to 8 months, have tried to streamline that notification process. If you had the chance to get a notice for anything, we used to have to stuff envelopes with about 8 pages of documents, including the application and the plans. Well, we have tried to streamline that to include a QR code where you can simply scan that QR code and it takes you directly to the website to look at that information. And, I mean, Magistrate Hounds mentioned the Postal Service and the delays in mail. So to be able to get that stuff put on the website, to have magistrates like yourself be able to share that information to your constituents, all of that is a help. And so, you know, the other magistrates, I would definitely encourage to do that as well, because that does get that notice out there. So we have tried different opportunities to do that and improve that type of communication. And with the comp plan, having the comp plan website and the comp plan email address so that things wouldn't get dropped between, you know, well, I emailed Anna and she, you know, I didn't see it for whatever reason. So, you know, different areas like that, we're not purposely trying to go, well, don't engage anybody. We're trying to consistently try to find ways to improve that. And just like Magistrate Hound said, I encourage anybody to feel free to let me know ways that we can continue to improve that.
Which should be a goal. Correct?
Yeah. And it is.
Which leads me to the next one is, why wouldn't we want to create a goal to create more citizen involvement, which has been recommended today? Okay.
Yeah.
And then I guess my last one here is, you touched on this a little bit more, but I want to hear more from you, where you removed the should and encouraged and included the word ensure.
Was there a certain one in particular?
No, but 57 times that you've removed that. So I just want to hear more about what the thinking was. Why would you?
So I'm going to find
Why
one.
would you take out language where it says that you actually should do something, and then just put in there that you to ensure that it's done? I know you said that allows staff
Possibly. Yeah, so some of those, without looking at it, could have been in the Brownsboro master plan. So to just do a cursory search of a word doesn't necessarily give the full picture of when those were removed, because a lot of those could have been in that, could have been in a different section. Once again, we use the word ensure when it's areas that we would have direct input over. And so if you look in there, of course, I'm not going to be able to click on one immediately, but let me just see if I can find one. LU1-4. So close. Oh, the old one.
The old one. Yeah,
Oh.
And then like some of it's in the commentary as well, so that could be a miscalculation.
Yeah. So that's another one. Some of those words could be in the commentary. If you look at the current objectives, the way they're written, there was some that had commentary. Those are used in there as well.
So that says in,
Affordable housing, so I don't know that we have affordable housing in LU 2-4.
We know it's in LU 2-3 now.
And so we kind of made it more succinct to ensure Oldham County has appropriate tools to guide the provision of range of housing opportunities. And many people get really upset when we offer those range of housing, or when people propose plans of range of housing opportunities, like such as apartments. We've had a lot of people get upset about apartments. So, that LU 2-4 address affordable housing opportunities within all areas of Oldham County, including programs, policies, or incentives within the land use element, to ensure that Oldham County has appropriate tools to guide the provision of a range of housing opportunities. So a range of housing opportunities, that's single family on large lots, single family that are on sewer on small lots. You have the two family, the duplexes, the triplexes, the quadplexes, and you have, these large apartment complexes or small apartment complexes and condos and such like that. We do see a lot of opposition anytime any single family on larger than 5 acres comes in. We do get a lot of opposition typically, but that is one that has insure in it.
And that's another reason why we would personally like to refrain from using that language, is because, for instance, if we require certain things and we require areas of affordable housing, we then start to require possibilities that, hey, we need manufactured homes. Well, I'll be the first to tell you, you get a lot of daggers thrown at you real fast when you're like, what do you mean you're approving that manufactured home across from me? There's another development proposed in Crestwood right now that we're looking at connectivity challenges with. We encourage connectivity for a lot of different reasons, emergency services, things of that nature. This particular one, there's a dam nearby that would need to have, more than one access out for in case the dam fails, things of that nature. But right now it says we encourage connectivity. We don't require the connectivity. So using the word require in that instance, if we're going to require connectivity anytime we have some type of infill, it takes away all the neighboring residents' ability to come in and argue against that connectivity, because there's a lot of residents who don't want all that traffic coming from that neighborhood through theirs. And so it still allows for that flexibility for both sides to be able to come in and argue a case, rather than the strict language of require, which could potentially be in the subdivision regulations. So,
okay. And I said this to you earlier before we came back from break, but I'm going to say it now.
Mm-hmm. It's
offensive when a member of your staff says in a public meeting twice that young families can't afford to live and work in Oldham County. It may be that that's the case, but we don't need to have members of planning and development saying that publicly in a public meeting. Young families can live here, they can work here, and we have that going on now. So it's offensive that a member of your staff would say that in a public meeting.
Duly noted.
Thank you.
Judge?
I think Magistrate Likens, you still, you were...
No, sir. I was just trying to find out if Magistrate Woosley was referring to land that sloped 30% or roads that sloped 30%. So he said it was land. So, there's different regulations. It's hard to stay into this goals and objectives when that's like a technical review question. Thank you.
Magistrate Tice.
Yeah. And this happened, I think, since you've been here, but you were not in charge. Jim was here at that time. As far as I can go back and remember, the word shall is like the definitive yes or the definitive no. When you say shall, that means you just can't do it. Now, you may go back and change your zoning or change whatever it takes so that you eliminate the shall. But once the shall's in the book, and you've got an encourage or this or ensure or whatever, those are softer words. But when you read the word shall, it just sounds more harsh. I think that needs to be put back in the book in appropriate cases. And I haven't done this, but I think we need to be careful that when it says shall, that whatever that shall is shall not or shall, that it becomes a definitive so that whoever the applicant is can try to find the correct way, or if there is a way that he can get it done in a different manner. So that's all the input I wanted to do there. I wanted to ask one other question. Do we have copies of when a homeowner puts their property in perpetuity or puts it in all the different types of easements they have? Do we have ways that you can get that on the map of Oldham County? You know all of those properties and where they exist.
I believe, isn't he going to put that on?
So you're trying to get it done?
We're kind of struggling is we don't get notified as part of the process. And the federal government took, I believe, and I could be wrong on this, no longer funds the National Center for, or the, what is it called? The National Database for the easements. They lost funding earlier this year. Now, it's kind of like PBS. Not all their funding comes from the federal government, but unlike PBS, the majority of their funding does come from the federal government. And so that's what's kind of difficult. So I don't know if we can kind of come up with some innovative ways from Oldham County so we don't have to rely on the federal government, where we can, for just our own knowledge, so we can update that on our GIS, because I think that's a really good thing for everyone to know. And I'm glad Mary Lowry brought it up to begin with, because she first brought it up at the community meeting, and then at the then we met with her for a while to talk about that, because it was great for us as staff to like learn more about that. And if we have some way, and you know, I think that's also just establishing relationships, so maybe they can notify us. Now, they're not required to by any rule, by any means, but we just like to know about it because I think it's helpful to know. And as far as land use, future land use, it's the easiest future land use to predict when it's in a conservation easement.
Yeah, if the federal government has changed what they're either funding or not funding, then if they're not funding it, if that's an issue there, does that kick them out of a certain designation that, how do you keep that designation?
It makes it
the land over.
It makes it a little bit more difficult for us to find that information. And so, you know, we're going to continue going forward because we would like to see that layer be on our GIS map so that you can pull up that and say, you know, give me everything that is within a conservation easement of some sort. But doing so through the National Conservation Database is kind of what's hit the funding loophole, but continuing to work with Mary and her folks. And then we've also had some conversations with Louisville. Jefferson County has a conservation easement group. We've had some conversations with them as well. So we're going to continue to figure ways so that we can accurately track those properties.
Okay, thank you. And thanks, Michelle.
Magistrate Logston.
Yes, Ryan, I have a few questions. Barry, correct me if I'm wrong, but I cannot ask anything about the map itself, correct? We're just here about goals and objectives?
Well, I'm not telling you what you can ask or can't ask. What you're voting on is the goals and objectives.
So I can ask the questions then.
So if you ask a question, but again, you know, that what you're supposed to be deciding is the goals and objectives.
I get it. My question is, I'm going to ask, if I don't ask these questions, I can't vote on the map, okay?
You're not voting on the map.
I'm not, okay, I can't vote on this plan then, because I think that when we removed a lot of the conservation on the map and put it in agricultural.
Well, we're not removing conservation. So don't get that mixed up. We're not removing conservation. We essentially created it to be one color. The zoning stays the same. If your zoning of your property today is conservation, whether it's future land use, agriculture, conservation, or not, nothing changes there.
Why did we change the color of the map then? Just asking.
To have less color and based on public input that we received at the public meetings and additional meetings privately with individuals who requested that.
Okay.
And I hate to interrupt, but remember, this is the future land use map. This is a plan element. This is not the adopted zoning map that they have in the Planning and Development Office. So if I were to call Ryan tomorrow and say, Ryan, I need to know, I need you to certify for me the zoning on a piece of property, and I gave him a PVA map number, they would go and try to look that up. Now, some of it is old, and I know we've had some issues before trying to figure out. I think in LaGrange we had a couple of those that it was a little confusing. But this is the
a plan element. It is not the land use. It's the future land use map. It's not the zoning map, which they have that's on file in the zoning office.
And to elaborate on his answer, if you called tomorrow and you were trying to sell a property or you were trying to buy a property for a client of yours and you said, what is this property zoned today? And we said it's zoned conservation or agricultural, whichever. You said, what is the future land use of that map? Because I have somebody that wants to do this. We would say it is agricultural / rural / conservation,
Okay.
which is exactly the same in the zoning world.
Okay. Educate me on the Brownsboro master plan. Why was it taken out and not left in? And I understand it's still in there, but it's in the back.
Multiple reasons. One is it's expired. So the date that it was designed to go through has already passed.
Okay.
No one has taken that up to redo the Brownsboro master plan. Our original thought was if we put the Brownsboro master plan in there, then we've got to add a section for the Crestwood master plan. When in all actuality, any project within those is going to be a relatively small area. Not that Crestwood is tiny by any means and not that Brownsboro is, but those are very small areas. So to dedicate an entire section of goals and objectives to a comp plan that in the big picture of Oldham County represents not a great area of land, and the fact that it's outdated and it wasn't never adopted by any sort of governing body. Now, there's magistrates on here that can elaborate on the Brownsboro master plan far better than me because that's way before my
There is no city
time.
there, I get it. So I understand that. It just, people spent a lot of time and money on that for years working on that. I just hate to see it shoved back in somewhere. Next thing, I've brought this up many and many times about the red pen dump. I really think there needs to be something designated for that in this current plan. It's a problem. It's been a problem. Mr. Clark, Mr. Jeffries, and I came and talked about this. I really, truly believe we need to put something in there about that. And I understand there's 1,000 pages sitting in a file somewhere that talks about it. But when you look at this plan, I think it needs to have something there showing that is, one of the top, I've been told, top 5 Superfund cleanups in the United States. So,
Well, I can only go back as far as what the 2019-2020 plan, but it's my understanding that this proposed future land use has been on that property from the get-go of the comprehensive plan, and there's been no development on that site. Since I've been here, we've had probably 3 or 4 individuals come in to ask about that property. We tell them what it is, what it's been used for in the past, and that they need to get a hold of the state EPA, and they never come back. So I understand that concern. My fear from the planning and zoning and the county perspective, and I've had conversations with Mr. Baxter about this, is if we put some sort of designation on a person's property that it can't be used for anything, I think we open ourselves up to a lawsuit. When we as county government say that parcel of land can't be used for anything, because there are things that it can be done. And a Pee Wee Valley City Council person has been in contact with individuals at the state EPA who went out and actually visited the site a week or 2 ago and said there's nothing wrong with the cap, and that they're going to continue to look into the site to find out what needs to be done in the future. But I wasn't there when toxic stuff was being dumped in it. I don't know what's in there, but I allow on, once again, subject matter experts and professionals that are in the EPA field to tell us what can and can't be done there. I think when we get in the business of taking somebody's land and saying that can't be developed, I think that we're on a slippery slope that I don't know if Mr. Baxter or the judge or you all, we want to necessarily incur. And that's the reason why.
No.
So, and I know we've had conversations about that.
That's a fair question. I mean, that's a fair answer. I understand. And I have nothing, you and Anna, planning zoning did a great job putting this thing together. I understand it. There's just some things I have a problem with, certain things like that. And also, the park in Pee Wee Valley is not on your park stuff. So,
okay,
just to add that into this too sometime. No?
Finished? All right, Magistrate Hawkins.
Can we turn back to about page 11? And while we're doing that, I wanted to just thank you all for all of the extensive work and community meetings and the website and all that. I know a lot of work has been put into this.
Page 11? Or
yes.
slide 11?
Page 11. I don't think we saw the slide, but it's called the vision.
Oh, here, I'll go to that.
Very big. They're not numbered.
Well, that's Oldham County Comprehensive Plan.
This one?
It's a circle. Yeah.
Yes.
They all, yeah, they're not, the pages aren't numbered, I'm sorry. All of them say in parentheses, like what the page two pages 4 state, the goals and objectives. Future land use, transportation, community facilities and services, environment, housing, economic development, and tourism. Why under housing did we start with the a goal or an objective or a vision for anything? It should just say housing, not sufficient, affordable, and mixed-use housing.
Really, what we just attempted to do with this slide was kind of give you a schematic to show all the different areas that you're going to find in here and kind of how they all interrelate within the county. So that was really the only intent with this slide, is to kind of make it look a little pretty, take up a, kind of just show you how all of these county-wide are interrelated in this plan. So.
Okay.
Some were more innovative than others in their give me something neat to put in here.
Like the one that says planes?
Yes, planes, trains, and automobiles. And
If we go the page before to the mission statement, I'd like the mission statement, since this is going to reflect a lot of, it's supposed to reflect a lot of what the community stated. The community stated they'd like to see the environment protected and a lot of green space. That was more than half of that pie chart. So in the mission statement, I would like it to say that it, on the second line, create a balance between responsible growth, economic vitality, and green space preservation, while ensuring that the county remains a desirable place to live and work. I'd like to add that as part of our mission statement, and green space preservation, since that was so important in all of the community feedback.
Are you going to add that to the motion? Because we're going to make changes. We have to have amendments to the motion for the changes, right?
Sure.
I don't know, I'm asking a question. I'm asking, sorry.
Is there
I was talking to Magistrate Hawkins. That's a general question, not just directed at her.
Right. Statements, if you want something added to this, you're going to have to make a statement.
Well, respectfully,
Get a
Judge,
second.
though, that's not a goal or objective. So the mission statement is not one of the goals or objectives, and you all are here to address the goals and objectives. This plan has been adopted by the Planning Commission. It has been formally adopted by the City of LaGrange in this format. So you all are free to have different goals and objectives, but the mission statement is not a goal or objective. It is a mission statement, and it was adopted by the Planning Commission, and it's not something that's subject to what we're here about right now.
So how would we even move forward with goals and objectives if we don't know our mission statement or our vision or our
I'm just telling you what the
goals or-
statute says, Magistrate.
But
Magistrate
are you saying that LaGrange's adoption of this prematurely trumps us being able to change anything?
I'm not saying you can't change goals and objectives. I'm saying you can't change you can't change the plan elements, you can't change the mission statement, you can't, what the statute specifically says is that the fiscal court is to be presented with the goals and objectives, and they are to vote on the goals and objectives.
Magistrate Hawkins, this may help. I sounded really bad when I said that, didn't I? So that mission statement was initially created right when I became director, because we didn't really have a mission statement. And so one of the first things I wanted to do among our staff is to figure out a mission statement so that we had something to drive us as a team. So that's just simply something that we created in the staff so that we kind of know how we want to operate as I am more than willing in our own auspices of the office to change that mission statement to incorporate that. Now, obviously, that wouldn't be changed in the comp plan, but that would be changed at the county level. That's on our website. I'm more than happy to do that if that's something that, like I said, I'm willing to meet you halfway on that because I think that's something you're right. Individuals have spoken about that we need more green space. That was a comment we received. So I'm more than happy to change that at our staff level and is incorporating that in our mission statement. So if that helps.
Okay, thank you.
Make sure you write that down or I'll forget.
I'm going to reference what a few pages ahead, what Magistrate Woosley stated. This is LU1, LU13. Encourage preservation of land for agricultural use. I feel like there should be a period right there because anything else is satisfied through our zoning ordinances. In extensively covered. So I'd like to see that struck right here.
And you're saying after the period, the rest would just be deleted?
Right, when it does not infringe on the development rights of property owners. All of that is already satisfied in our zoning ordinances. And if this is a goal and not a zoning ordinance, then that should be struck.
So you're making that as a motion?
We could add that. Would that be satisfactory to you to strike that, Magistrate Jeffries and Magistrate Likens?
No, if you want to amend it, you could do an amendment, propose an amendment. If you get a second, then it can be voted on, but I won't agree to that language because they've already, Planning Commission has already approved it. City of LaGrange has already approved it. So I think we're opening ourselves up, as our county attorney has pointed out. We're pretty limited on what changes that we can suggest or whatever. But yes, I won't accept that. I mean, I think it could be done. It could be handled through an amendment. If you have an amendment that you'd like to make or propose, then if you get a second, then it can be considered.
So you're saying, because you understand Robert's Rules of Order is probably better than anybody here on this bench. So I can say
Move
that.
an amendment.
And we'd vote on that, and then I could move forward with my comments.
You have to put amendment on the floor with the language, and then you'd have to get a second. And then if you get a second, then the judge could then, open it up for discussion, and then it would be voted, the amendment would be voted on. If it fails, then it goes back to the original language.
Okay.
Say what you're trying to do, because I'm trying to follow
Yeah,
your
sure.
logic here.
Right here. We've heard a lot today about how this is not a zoning ordinance, and the zoning ordinances cover many things. So they cover everything. They are the law. This is the goals. So this part that says when it does not infringe, so encourage preservation of land for agricultural use when it does not infringe on the development rights of property owners. This part, when it does not infringe on the development rights of property owners, is satisfied in the zoning ordinances. If it were to be changed zone to a neighborhood, PUD, whatever it is, that is already satisfied in that.
But isn't this an objective to what we're trying to get from the goal? I mean, I think it better describes what we were trying to do. I know what you're trying to say, but I think this is the goal, and we're trying to better describe the goal with the objectives.
I can go on. I don't know if there's any kind of appetite to take that on. There is an appetite to take that on? Okay. No, because we're the buck stops here body. I wouldn't have to go back to planning commission.
It doesn't apply to the city of LaGrange. The city of LaGrange is an incorporated city, and they've adopted the goals and objectives as they are stated in this document that Ryan's providing. So it applies to the city of LaGrange. If Crestwood adopts it this way, it applies to Crestwood. It would not be a goal or objective. If it's changed, it'd just be a different goal or objective for the unincorporated parts of the county.
Okay, I'd like to amend this page LU-1-3 to strike the wording when it does not infringe on the development rights of property owners.
Second.
Well, what? No.
Well, open it up for discussion.
All right, discussion.
Amendment.
Anybody want to discuss that?
Yeah, Judge, the way you'd ask for it, then you'd take a vote on the amendment.
I know. Well, okay, but, aren't you, does this really, put that up again, will you please?
It's right there, number 3.
Encourage preservation, is that right, development of property owners? Well, I mean, this is a vague statement. I mean, how in the world can you possibly enforce anything, about this, or it's just a point. I mean, we're not here to take property rights away from people who own agricultural property or anything else. Come on. This is, we have to, the reason we have a lot of apartments coming to this community is that I disagree with Magistrate Woosley there. I think it is very difficult for young people to buy homes in our community. Some can, if they happen to have 2 fat jobs, but not everybody does. And that's why people are building apartments, because that's where the market is going right now. And you want to strike, take away, how are you going to enforce this? How are you ever, well, this is totally vague. This whole thing is full of subjective points of view everywhere that, it's just totally unenforceable on all levels in my mind.
This is not.
What are you going to do? Well, not going to infringe on their rights. Well, what if these people down here on 146, right across from, right down from Tri-County Forward, they want to sell that, I think what is that property called? Anybody know? It's at that bypass. You call it Wayne, what do you call that down there?
The extension?
No, right across, down from old Highway 1, Tri-County Forward.
Rotor property?
No, that is a
Laramie
Rotor Farm. Down there, it's called Rotor Farm. You called it Kurt Steiner Stretch or something like that.
Kurt Steiner Stretch.
Well, they got a big, beautiful piece of property there. Well, they want to turn that into a subdivision. Are you going to come in and say, well, this conflicts with the comprehensive plan?
No, Judge, I think that's irrelevant. What this is trying to do is put something that should be taken care of in a zoning ordinance. That's all taken care of in our zoning ordinances. This is just a goal. So it's irrelevant if it does or does not infringe. It just shouldn't be in there. It shouldn't be in the goals.
Well, if it's irrelevant, then
It was added at the Planning Commission, as I understand.
It was added at Study Review Committee, and the way you've worded it, and I confirmed with our staff when we went back and looked at our revisions, the way it was worded when we took it to Study Review Committee was the way that you've worded it. And it was changed at the SRC on a motion of one of the members, and so the way you've worded it is the way that it was worded when it came out of us and went to SRC.
So it would just be reverting back to how Planning and Development submitted it initially.
Okay, well, it's meaningless
Okay, let's vote.
in my mind. Okay, well, I guess, are we going to take a vote on this then? Is it?
Just the amendment.
On this amendment? Okay. Holly, will you please call the roll?
Can you just clarify? I have written down that you're just wanting to amend the wording for LU 1-3.
Yes.
1 dash?
LU-1-3, number 3.
1 dash 1, number 3. Okay, sorry.
And Magistrate Hawkins, it's encourage preservation of land for agricultural use, period.
Yes, sir. Under the objective, find ways to preserve the county's rural character and agricultural land.
Okay, and just for clarification, if you vote yes, you are agreeing with Magistrate Hawkins, seconded by Woosley, just so everyone's aware. Okay. Magistrate Tice?
No.
Magistrate Hounds?
No.
Magistrate Logsdon? Magistrate Likens?
No.
Magistrate Woosley?
Yes.
Magistrate Hawkins?
Yes.
Magistrate Dye?
No.
Magistrate Jeffries?
No.
Judge Vogel?
No.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to 3.
Motion fails 6-3.
Okay.
The amendment.
Amendment fails.
Amendment fails, yeah.
The amended.
Okay.
By Friday of, wait, hold on a minute, I'm in the middle. Right in the middle. I wanted to bring up something that's pretty important to me that I've received a lot of feedback about. And I will start with, I will preface it with this goal. So just flip over one page from where we were. I guess it's on that previous page too, but it says goal LU1, provide for planned and orderly growth to protect land from premature or unsuitable development. I'm going to highlight the word premature and the word unsuitable. And I'm going to also point out the fact that one of these slides said, the future land use map simply, and there were 3 objectives, provides options for owners without stripping them of their existing property rights, gives the community and its residents a general idea of what to expect, and makes decision-making less arbitrary. And there were also comments, thank you, comments made today, and I'll kind of try to quote a few. One of them is, this plan talks about, or these goals and objectives talk about when and where development might occur. Another quote was, when development might occur in the county, and also data supports some of these changes in land use from the developers' data. And that was just even said today. And so then I'll take you then to the second to the last page, all the way to the end, remembering the premature or unsuitable development goal. And I'll take you to what we've talked about, Highway 22 and Highway 393. And when I take you there, the current future land use over the last 5 years has that northeast corner of 393 and Highway 22 as ag. There's a current house there, and it's been future land use agricultural. What's proposed today is commercial. The premature and unsuitable both applies to this intersection here. So I don't think this map fits in with our goals and objectives. The future land use already at the south side of that intersection has been commercial, and that has still remained ag or residential. So therefore, I think changing this northeast corner of that intersection to commercial from ag, where it's currently residential, on ag, would be premature and unsuitable. So I would like to amend that we revert, or not revert, we keep,
We're not doing map changes. It's not a
so I
goal and-
can't do anything
it's not-
about
It's a
that.
goal and objectives.
I'm gonna let him
Only
answer.
goals and objectives.
So that, when the motion was made, it said that we will adopt the goals, objectives, the plan, the whole comp plan, and eradicate what happened February 2021 with the comp plan, adopt the current comp plan. So if we're only adopting that, the goals and objective, the motion didn't reflect that, as I heard it.
Correct. The plan, the map is part of the plan elements, and the plan elements were adopted by the Planning Commission on October the 9th, right? So those have been adopted by the Planning Commission. Planning Commission had a public hearing about all this. People had an opportunity to get up and speak. There was people that got up and spoke at that hearing, and you are limited by statute to the goals and objectives.
And the motion reflects that.
The motion reflects that, yes.
I'll say this to answer your question about that parcel of land. Whether or not the future land use states that its future could be commercial, you all would have the purview of a zoning map amendment that comes before you to at that point then determine if that property is suitable for the zoning change, because ultimately that lays in your court. Now, Planning Commission is going to recommend approval or denial, but at the end of the day, if you say, you know what, that other side of 22 hasn't developed commercially yet, you all have got that in your purview to hear that case when it comes before you. So whether or not the future land use map changes here today to reflect we may see that in 5 years be commercial, we know in the last 5 years that other side hasn't become commercial either. So that almost gets into that spot zoning, even though it's spot zoning just down the road, as opposed to spot zoning just way out in the open. But you all would get to hear that case.
But you know as well as I do that if that were to come before us, it's going to be hard pressed for this body to deny that, historically speaking. And additionally, attorneys for whoever is going to propose that will bring this up, put it out there in our faces and say, look, it follows this guide that you all have adopted, the body has adopted. And they'll say it multiple times. That is their main argument when somebody comes before us for a zoning change. And oftentimes, the opposition to it doesn't have attorneys that are versed in our comp plan. Let's see, if we're sticking just to the goals and objectives here. As I understand it, while I'm flipping through this, according to the KRS, this body does, after we adopt the goals and objectives, we adopt the comp plan as well. But it sounds like you're saying that's not the case if we have a planning commission. I don't know if that's, as I read the KRS, we do eventually adopt.
Magistrate, I can argue with you about this. I mean, the reality of it is the way that Oldham County has chosen to do it is in excess of state law. This could have been done, you didn't have to have a public hearing, which you did, which there's no problem with that, but by statute, you're not required to have a public hearing about this. This could have been adopted by way of resolution because the goals and objectives are not, we just do it different. We have an ordinance process that we go through when we do this. That is not as what's required by the statute. I called KACO about this. I talked to them. I talked to 2 other lawyers out of Northern Kentucky about this. You know, we are exceeding what the state law requires. Nothing wrong with doing that. I'm not suggesting there is, but we are exceeding that. But I mean, the comprehensive plan, the goals and objectives by statute are what is reviewed by the fiscal court. I mean,
So the elements and the map changes that are proposed.
I'm gonna parse that word a little bit. They're not proposed. They've been adopted by the Planning Commission. Okay, the plan elements, which include the future land use map, have been adopted by the Planning Commission. So what you all are tasked with is reviewing the goals and objectives, and that's what you're going to be voting on, is whether or not what to do about the goals and objectives. You can change those goals and objectives. That's certainly within your power. And so we would have different goals, and it's okay. We have different goals and objectives for the unincorporated part of the county than we do for the city of LaGrange.
So if I may finish that sentence, what was proposed by, talking about the elements in the future land use map, what was proposed by Planning and Development to the Planning Commission goes no further. That will never come before us according to the KRS, ever?
Correct.
Do you think we should have adopted the goals and objectives before they went ahead and adopted the elements that sort of support those goals and objectives?
That's not what the statute says. So that's not what the statute
It
says.
says
So
put the cart before the horse. Okay.
What about the rules and regulations?
Okay, wait a minute now.
All right,
Let's,
hold on. Let me
we're
make sure.
in the
I had
next
a lot on
person.
the map, so let me
Yeah,
just.
are you finished?
Hold on 1 second, please. Much of my objection was once we got into the plan elements, specifically that there isn't an economic development element as there, and there is a goal and objective. So that was, I kind of thought that there should be an economic development, or it used to be called building and industry. I kind of thought there should be, if there's a goal and objective for an economic development, there should be elements for that. And I understand you didn't get all you needed for that, but, okay, so that's it for me.
All right, the next person who was asked to speak is Magistrate Jeffries.
Just a little clarification. I think there was a lot of discussion about ag districts and conservation easements or whatever. You know, those are two different, like a conservation district, anybody with 10 acres or more can join an ag district or whatever. There's not a lot of protection. If somebody joins one and then they decide next week or next year or whatever to get out of that, they can do that. A conservation easement is more of a formalized process. You know, river fields, groups have to hold those easements, and there's tax advantages to that, but those are very difficult to get out of. Once you go into them, that if you decide a future generation wants to get out of that, they have to pay back a lot of those tax benefits as they've gotten, and so there's a little bit of confusion about a conservation district versus a conservation easement. So I just wanted to kind of clarify that. I'm sure Mary could substantiate that, but that's the way that works, that process.
Magistrate Jeffries, if I may, on the current map, it shows sort of our waterways, which is nice to see when a zoning change comes in front of us. We can see how near it is to a waterway. Mm-hmm. And so I like the current one over the proposed one because it shows us where it is conservation specifically, instead of just lumped into conservation ag rural.
Okay.
All right, now Magistrate Dye, did you still have a comment?
I was going to say something, but I keep hearing about we got to be definitive in what we say, and what I was going to say is going to fall way past the goals and executives, so I'm going to pass. I have an opinion. I'm not going to.
Magistrate Logston.
Will the rules and regulations come before this body to be adopted?
You talk about the regulations, is that what you're referring to? Like the comprehensive zoning ordinance?
Yes.
Yes, anytime we make a change, it would come before you all. So next month, actually, when we bring data center regs, that's going to be one.
So that's really the meat of this whole thing.
Correct. So anything that we would potentially see as changes, things that have been talked about, maybe an 1.5 acre lot size, maybe whatever, all that would eventually come before you all, but it would go through that same process of study review committee, planning commission, legislative bodies.
Magistrate Hawkins.
I forgot, I did have one more thing back here with the, when you talked about your added, supplemental resources. We did adopt a Schomburg Park plan. It was Plan B, we had an A and a B. We asked them to redo it. Then we had another B, and this body adopted it. Should that be in here too, under supplemental resources?
I'll have to check into that.
Could we
I mean, that
later?
wasn't mentioned by anybody as far as Gary or
Okay.
anybody like that, that should be in there. I've heard things about the Schaumburg Park master plan, of what the master plan said and then what's been done. So I would just want to look into that first to be sure
Okay.
that we're,
If you find that we did in fact adopt it, would you just put it in here with this as a supplemental resource?
well, I mean, I don't know if it necessarily would go in here with it before the next 5 years, but it's ultimately going to be a supplemental resource we're going to use no matter what. If somebody's doing any type of development at Schaumburg Park, the thing is that's county-owned property. So, you know, us following our own master plan is a whole lot easier to do without it being in here rather than somebody wanting to do a development on Commerce Parkway or Highway 22 that needs to fall in accordance with things that have come out in a master plan. So-
Okay, thank you.
Magistrate Woosley.
LaGrange passed this by the smallest of margins, 5-4. What was the outcome at Pee Wee Valley? Why did they?
Pee Wee Valley has not voted on theirs yet. They heard the second reading. It's a little confusing. They heard the second reading. Well, they heard my presentation, but they're going to vote on it in January at their meeting. They were waiting to hear back from the EPA on the Red Pin landfill property, despite it not being within the city limits of Pee Wee Valley, I might add. But yes. And I try not to focus on the score, only wins and losses, in answer to LaGrange.
One of those votes going the other way and we wouldn't be here today.
Well, possibly. Mayor would get to do the tiebreaker, so
What happens if it doesn't pass today?
you'll need to ask him that.
Well, if you don't, I mean, then it becomes a question of whether or not you have a comp plan. And if you don't have a comp plan, then you don't have zoning, which means that it's the Wild West. There would be an argument made, you have to have a comprehensive plan to have zoning. And if you don't have a comprehensive plan, then you don't have zoning. I mean, you know, there would be an argument about whether or not we revert to the old plan or whether we don't have a plan at all. If we don't have a plan at all, we don't have zoning regulations.
If it expires in 5 years and we pass it in 21, it's still good until 26. So
I don't know when we passed it.
21. You said that earlier. It's passed in 21.
Yes, I believe that's right.
So 5 years makes it to 26. So if it doesn't pass today, do we get to go back and revisit the issues that we brought up today and fix those and come back?
I don't know the answer to that
I
question.
mean, we can technically, I think the KRS, and I mean, I don't want to speak to reading the law, but doesn't hold you to that 5 years. You could look at it every year as far as I'm aware. You're just required by state law to look at it every 5 years now.
It would
I don't know if
revert
I
back
have
to the
enough
old plan.
non-gray hair and hair on my head left to do it next year again, but
You do. Trust
I
me.
think it would revert back to the old plan, right? As long as it was reviewed.
I don't know.
no, I don't-
When
I
I
don't
talked
think it
to the
goes that
people
way.
in Frankfurt about that, they did not have a clear answer for me. And they said if it's tabled, then come January 10th, it becomes in full force and effect because you didn't take action. If action is considered voting against it. If you vote it down, then the question becomes whether or not we have a comprehensive plan. And if we don't have a comprehensive plan, there is plenty of case law that says if you don't have a comp plan, you don't have a zoning ordinance.
So in that case, should we vote it down, we would probably want to immediately continue the adoption of the current plan.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're going to end up getting a court deciding what all that means, to be honest with you.
I'll say this real quick and answer that question. Our staff, and I'm going to defend them for a little bit, but we have worked super hard on this plan for a year and 2 months. We have put time and effort. You all hired us in order to do that job as planning and development. I can sit up here today with 110% commitment to you that we worked our butts off on creating a great plan to put before you. Not everybody, I know, but not everybody is going to agree on every single facet of this plan, every single possible word. But our staff, the amount of public meetings, the nights, the long hours that we've put into this, you all pay us for that reason. I just ask that you give us a little bit of grace in that we put our best foot forward, not to do some plan that's going to harm anybody, but to put the best plan forward for Oldham County. That would have been a good closing statement on my part, but I'll just add it now.
I call for the question.
Oh, well, wait a minute. I haven't had a chance to say I haven't spoken here today for a reason, and I started off today by saying that, I'm impressed about how much people care in our community. I believe this is the 5th comprehensive plan that I have been able to vote on. I can say with an absolute certainty that the previous 4 plans did not have 1/20th of the focus that this plan has had. This plan has been tied. I don't think if we didn't have the data center issue earlier this year, I don't think we'd have had this big discussion today on the comprehensive plan, frankly. Most of the people that are concerned about the comprehensive plan were also concerned about the data center, and as mentioned earlier, most of the people who turned out, half the people who went to the public hearings and public meetings that were held all came out of the LaGrange area. This was not a county-wide issue. You've all heard the saying, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. Almost the entire time I've been on this court, every issue that's ever come up where there has been a lot of, let's say, elevated public participation has been because somebody was upset about something. We had people come here at one time, back in 2007, this room was full of people that were upset because the court was going to stop people from smoking in public buildings. Well, that turned out a lot of people didn't like that idea. But another thing was we were going to stop people from shooting coyotes in subdivisions, and oh my golly, a lot of sportsmen that turned out to express their opposition to that idea, which failed. The cigarette thing did go through. But, a guy said to me one day when I was out campaigning, he said, well, I said, you like Oldham County? He said, well, yeah, I like Oldham County. He said, I'm really a Jefferson County guy. I just sleep here in Oldham County. I think that's the case with a lot of people. They want to come here, they think it's nice, they land here, but how deep are their roots? Okay, I think they go really deep with some people, and others are superficial. One of the people who didn't like the data center discussion said, well, if a data center comes to Oldham County, I'm moving out of this county. Would you really move out of the county if you lived 20 miles away from a data center? Well, I mean, come on, that just seemed really extreme to me. I think this comprehensive plan is made up of many, it has goals. These goals all are subjective. Somebody came up and said, Barry said, let's have a citizen review board. Okay, but the citizen review board, we're going to argue about who's on the citizen review board, and then the citizen review board's going to be made up of people who have subjective points of view that'll be disputed by other people. This is a diverse community, and you can very rarely get a lot of people to turn out on any subject that they're not really spun up about. We're at the school board, they were spun up about that we're going to have break time for religious classes or not. That got some people turned out, but most things people float on the surface. If it's not bothering me, let it go. That's kind of the feeling most people have. It seems to me that a lot of this discussion today, I think it's serious in the minds of people, but there's a certain amount of picking dust out of pepper involved here. Can we have this word here, that word there? We're going to deal with all these things that come up with the regulations when they come up for a zoning change or come before the Planning Commission. It all gets down to the nitty-gritty at that point, and that's where the real structure is. I think we have, we've worked hard on this. They worked hard. We talk about getting people to turn out in the community. It's really hard to get them to come out, I'm telling you. People ask, we want nighttime meetings. Well, we've had nighttime meetings in the past, and about 6 people show up because they didn't have anything else to do that night, so they decided to go to fiscal court meeting, see what happened. It's people have their lives to lead, and I know that this county, I'm saying that this county would like to slow growth down. I understand it. The message is loud and clear. is balance that out against the people who have property, developers and builders and carpenters all try to make their living putting things together. But, you know, we're not going to slow it down. I mean, it's going to just have to be guided, and the school board, our school capacity standards help control that. But it's amazing how many people have moved here, and then we all joke about, they say, well, I'm here now, let's slam the door. We don't need any more people coming to Oldham County since I live here now, but no one else is welcome. That's gone on for at least the 50 years I've lived in this county. The last group didn't want the next group. So it's just life. We can't really turn it off. I think we can control it through our planning and zoning, and I think our team has done a good job here. They've worked hard on it. I've heard the objections, and I know they're sincere from the people who have looked at it. But the word ensure versus the word should, it'd be hard to really define what ensure means under every and all circumstances, or the word should. So I'd say, let's go forward. I'm going to vote in favor of approving this, and I think we can live to discuss it again. But that's all. So, all right, we've got a call for the question. Does everybody want to stop voting, talking about this?
Motion reread, since it's been a while. Can we have the motion reread since it's been a while?
Okay. Yep. All right, reread the motion, please.
Okay. The motion on the floor is ordinance to approve ordinance number KOC 25-910-518, an ordinance repealing and replacing the existing Oldham County Comprehensive Plan, whereas the Oldham County Fiscal Court has the authority pursuant to the provisions of KRS Chapter 67-100 and other applicable law to adopt and amend ordinances, and whereas the Oldham County Planning and Zoning Commission did adopt the Oldham County Comprehensive Plan, including the goals and objectives statement and plan elements, on October 9th, 2025, and whereas by law, the Oldham County Planning and Zoning Commission is required to review the comprehensive plan every 5 years, and upon review, make recommendations to fiscal court for amendment, revision to the Oldham County Comprehensive Plan, and whereas Oldham County Fiscal Court did advertise and conduct a public hearing on the revised Oldham County Comprehensive Plan, and said fiscal court, having voted to adopt said revised Oldham County Comprehensive Plan at its regular meeting conducted November 18th, 2025. Now therefore be it ordained by the fiscal court of the County of Oldham, Commonwealth of Kentucky, that the present goals and objectives of the Oldham County Comprehensive Plan, adopted by ordinance 25-910-71 on February 16, 2021, in its entirety, is hereby replaced. And then number 2, the following is enacted as the Oldham County Comprehensive Plan, replacing the previous Oldham County Comprehensive Plan in its entirety, containing both the goals and objectives statements and plan elements.
I'll re-second Magistrate Jeffries'
You
motion.
second that? All right, so
we
all
are,
right.
You're asking us to actually approve the plan, not just the goals and objectives, according to the resolution.
Right. No. Well, that's what we have to approve, is that we're approving the whole plan, but
Number 2 part of that says that that the following is enacted as the Oldham County Comprehensive Plan, replacing the previous Oldham County Comprehensive Plan. Yes, sir. In its entirety, containing both the goals and objectives and plan elements.
There's 50 people that have looked.
I agree. I don't think the last part of it.
Number 2.
I think that this last part of it is goals and objective statements, and then period.
Okay. So we would just put a period and drop and plan elements?
Yes.
So,
okay.
Is that a, Brent, were you second? I mean,
I'll second that, yes, sir.
Okay.
all right. You got it, Holly? It's getting confusing here. All right, we'll call the roll, please. In a moment.
That's the.
Magistrate Hounds,
Yes.
Magistrate Hawkins,
This is not to insult. You all have done an amazing job and put a lot of time and effort into it, and I appreciate that, and it looks great. The cover looks great. I'm a no today.
Magistrate Dye,
Yes.
Magistrate Woosley,
No.
Magistrate Jeffries,
Yes.
Magistrate Likens,
Yes.
Magistrate Tice,
Yes.
Magistrate Logston, Judge Vogel,
Yes.
6-3.
The ordinance passes 6-3. Thank you. One, we've got a couple more things to wind up here with today. We've got, I mentioned earlier in the meeting, Magistrate Tice wanted to talk about the disbursement for the History Center.
If I got the floor now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. I want to make sure. Yeah, I'd
We're
like to
now
make.
on D1.
Pardon?
We're on D1 now.
I'd like to make a motion, and that motion would be is that we add to today's payables the $8,000 that we have given over the past several years to the Oldham County History Center for doing archiving to our county records, and I think that covers it.
Second.
All right, moving seconded that we allocate the disbursement of $8,000 to the Oldham County History Center.
Judge?
Yes, sir.
The question I had earlier is about, and it was in the budget, and it is in the budget on page 17 of 30.
No, that is not the final budget that you have there.
Judge, I'm sorry, but that's not correct. Because that's what's filed with the county clerk's office. That's what's filed with the county clerk.
Did you get
and with
that from
DLG.
her?
Yes, sir.
Well, that's not what the chief financial officer told me.
I can show you the document.
Okay, well, I won't fight it, but,
What's the question?
well, we don't need to, if it's in the budget, then do we need to pass something here?
Well, I was trying to figure out why we haven't done it before now. That was my question to Magistrate Tice earlier.
I did not find that in the budget.
Pardon?
I did not find that.
On page 17 of 30 that's filed with the clerk.
We must have conflicting reports then.
I
It was
believe-
my understanding as well, confirmed with Stan Clark, that he also confirmed it wasn't in the budget. But if the court should so choose to decide to pay it, we can pay it. We can find the money.
All right, we have a conflict of whether or not that is in the budget. We have allocated over the last at least 15 years an annual amount totaling $120,000 to the Oldham County History Center. It's gone on for years, and
Judge, I think my intention motion was irregardless of, and I didn't mention is it in the budget, I said to appropriate this $8,000 that we have done over a period of years to the History Center. So if it's in the budget, fine. If it's not, the motion didn't have that in it. So we vote on the motion, which is we do it, whether it's in it or not.
okay. All right. Got a motion and a second on the floor to send them a check. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, motion carries. Thank you. Next item is, has to do with police here, and let's see, what is that? G, E. Thank you. All right, we have a new hire, Brian Hamilton, 5-year lateral, effective December 29th per contract here. Motion to hire Officer Hamilton.
I'll make the motion we hired.
Second. Sue, sorry, second, sorry.
All right. Moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Then we also have a road department retirement. Andy Rankin is retiring at the end of the year. And we, certainly thank Andy for his 15 years of service with the county. And he's been a good county road department employee, and we wish him the very best in his retirement at the end of the year. So thank you. And we have under board appointments here, I got F, reappoint I'd like to reappoint Gene Jenkins for a term to expire December 31st of 28. It's on the Oldham County Extension District Board. And also we have Sam Finney, same thing, December 31st, 2028. And to those two board members there. So I'll make those nominations. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right. Any discussion on those appointments?
Are you doing both at the same time?
Pardon?
You doing both at the same time?
Unless there's an objection.
No, just making sure.
Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. All right, time now for the second public comments. Is there anybody here who would like to address the court at this point? Seeing no one, I'll close public comment, and we'll go to the final few words from our magistrates today. Magistrate Likens, do you have anything?
Thank you, Judge. I get to sit the first one to say Merry Christmas to everyone. And I would like to make a motion that we put a battery in that clock back there because it hasn't moved, and it bothers me.
All right, all right. We've got them. I think it runs off electricity, but it must have failed.
Then pay the bill.
I didn't pay the bill. Yeah.
Not in the budget.
It's on slow
The lights
time.
are still on here, but all right. Magistrate Tice.
Nothing, thank you, Judge.
All right. Magistrate Woosley.
Judge, we're going to have a special Parks Committee meeting Friday at 10:30 here at the courthouse. Today, during the road committee meeting, we heard a report on the snow removal. We've had 10.5 inches of snow in Oldham County so far this year. They've used 675 tons of salt so far. And out of that, they've only used 30 hours of overtime. So the road committee's done a great job. The road department has done a good job. Road committee has too, but department's done a good job managing the snow removal this year. The last thing I want to say is longtime LaGrange business owner Bev McMakin, her and her husband owned Head's Drugstore on Main Street for many, many years. Passed away earlier this month down in Florida. So just want to offer my condolences to her family.
Thank you. Magistrate Jeffries.
Judge, the only thing, just like to wish everyone Merry Christmas, and looks like that's going to be here sooner than, and it sounds like it's going to be a warm Christmas, or warm and wet Christmas. So that's all I have, Judge.
Thank you. Magistrate Hounds.
Thank you, Judge. As you can see by the display of canned goods that are in front of all of us, this is a small amount of the canned goods that have been collected in the county and have been given money to go buy canned goods and peanut butter and whatnot, which I've done. On Friday, I'm trying to get it arranged to where we will take the canned goods to the different food banks. Likely going to be in the afternoon, I'm thinking. And if you want to participate in that, please let me know, and I'll be happy to give you a firm time. Ryan Fisher's group has done a fantastic job of collecting canned goods. If you haven't seen the display that's down in the Planning Development Office, you should stop by and see it. It's pretty impressive, the amount of canned goods and such that they have collected. Tom's got a picture of it up on the screen, and appreciate everybody's efforts in helping to contribute to working and taking care of the food deficiency issues that we have in Oldham County. And same thing as others have said, Merry Christmas, and hope everybody gets to see Santa Claus.
Magistrate Hawkins.
I'm wondering if we still can look at that picture.
Yeah, that was a good picture
yeah,
there of
that's
everything
good.
I've collected down. Thank you.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
A good collection from planning and zoning.
I wanted to, I don't know if I've said this publicly, but since we're having a special committee of the parks on Friday, I wanted to mention publicly that I really, and anytime we put new equipment into a park, I try to advocate for some form of ADA compliant pieces into our park, incorporated into anything when we add the equipment. So eventually, I think as a goal of mine as we move into the future would be to have a park similar to the Veterans Park in J-Town, where it's just mostly, at this particular park, it's all ADA compliant. If we could get mostly there in some of our parks, I know it's very expensive. For some reason, the ADA compliant stuff is more expensive than the neurotypical equipment. But it is a goal of mine, and I'll just say it out loud publicly, that I really would like to get a county-owned ADA compliant park in Oldham County. And I'll say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to everyone.
Manager Dye.
Nothing.
Manager Logston.
Well, to open up another can of worms, they say that when you have nothing nice to say, you shouldn't say it at all. But Merry Christmas to everybody. But this plan right here, I understand we had to follow KSR rules. KRS rules. Excuse me. KRS rules. But I was given this to read, and I only could vote on the goals and objectives. So all this other stuff that I marked that I didn't think was right, I had no say on it at all. So whenever somebody comes and questions me, I'm going to have to say, well, planning and zoning did it. Well, you're ahead of that. So, it all falls back on us, but we were only able to do just a certain part of this plan. So, again, I understand there's rules and there's regulations, but I just don't agree with that. And Ryan, thank you and Anna for what y'all did. You worked, and everybody else that worked on this did a great job. There was parts of the thing that I thought needed to be changed. So that's why I voted no. It had nothing to do with your all's ability and what y'all did. It just had to do with some of the things in there that I didn't think was right. So,
You need to call the governor.
Okay,
I need to
well-
call the legislative.
I think I have to check the time. What time is it? 6:30, just about 6:30. It's been a long meeting. All right, we're going to wind up. I will say that you mentioned ADA compliant or ADA playground equipment. I think that's a great idea. We do have Creasy Mahan also has a wonderful handicap playground area, and we have supported that and bought equipment for it through the court here in the past. And
they're great.
so certainly want to have wonderful playgrounds in our equipment. And Creasy Mahan really is our playground in the northwest part of the county. So hundreds of people go there, and we're so thankful that they have the programs they do and offer the services that they share with everybody. I think it's been one of our longer battles here today talking about this, and I will say, in all honesty, in the last 4 or 5 years since I've been county judge, not one person has come up to me from the public and said, "Well, I'd like to talk about the comprehensive plan." It doesn't happen. It just doesn't happen. People talk about planning and zoning rules, but
This is supposed to be where the buck stops.
Pardon?
This is where the buck is supposed to stop, and it didn't stop there.
Well, it's subjective. It's a matter of 6 people thought it did, 3 didn't. That's the whole problem with the comprehensive plan. You can't get agreement on anything. It's just it goes on. But
Why don't we sit here and debate anything?
Pardon?
We've been here this long, 6:25.
yeah.
Let's continue to debate all of our issues before the end of the year.
I know at my
The
home.
clerk will leave. Okay.
I know, Mary Lee, I'm coming home.
This is fun. Would you like a motion to adjourn?
All right. Merry Christmas, everyone. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you. Bye-bye.